Phillies aren't home for long, and they didn't waste any time getting started last night. A giant offensive performance at the plate was the welcome greeting to first place San Francisco. The top of the lineup put on a production and power display from start to finish. And for game one, the visitors were barking up the wrong tree. It's been a great night already here at Citizens Bank Park. The PAL Celebrity Softball game took place before the start of tonight's game between the Phils and the San Francisco Giants. It's the 38th annual. Marshall Harris, he drove this one deep to shortstop. He did pick up a couple RBIs, though, in tonight's ball game. It's a prelude for Phil Klein making his first start in a Phillies uniform. That's right, Aaron Nola has been placed on the disabled list for the Phils, so Phil Klein is brought up from AAA. Aaron's on the disabled list with a right elbow strain. Jenmar Gomez, his wife, is in labor as we speak, and Michael Marriott is taking his spot on the Phillies roster. Hi, everybody. I'm Tom McCarthy along with Ben Davis. All right, so we get set to be introduced to a new Phillies pitcher. Right-hander Phil Klein is 6'7". Phillies got him from the Texas Rangers organization. So we're doing a little recon with everybody else as he takes the mound here tonight.
We're trying to get to know Phil Klein as much as we can before tonight's start. We do know, like you said, he's 6'7". He's a big kid out of Columbus, Ohio, and he's a strike thrower. He's had very, very good numbers throughout his minor league career, a 2.23 ERA this season alone as an Iron Pig. He's had a cup of coffee in the big leagues with a 4.80 ERA. I'm anxious to see how he does tonight.
Well, this will only be his third start in the big leagues. Now, he has started the last 3 games for the Lehigh Valley Iron Pigs, and you talked about downward plane. We're seeing a little of that with this highlights right here.
It's hard not to have a good plane when you're 6'7", but he's got a fastball that's pretty sneaky, 90 to 92, but a very good put-away pitch in that slider.
All right, so we will see what he does tonight against the San Francisco Giants. It is game 2 of this 3-game series. The Phils hope they'll have the same offense as last night. It's going to be challenging, though, with Johnny Cueto on the mound making his 22nd start of the year. Lineups at first pitch from Philadelphia when we return. Phillies baseball is brought to you by Xfinity. Xfinity X1 will change the way you experience TV. By Toyota, the annual clearance sale is going on now. Toyota, let's go places. By Citizens Bank, the next time you have a question about money, don't keep it to yourself. Ask a citizen. And by Independence Blue Cross, live fearless. Learn more at IBX.com. For the Philadelphia Phillies, unfortunately, Aaron Nola has been placed on the disabled list, and hopefully that's not going to be season-ending, but it might be because it is a strain to his right elbow. We'll talk more about that as we move on. Let's take a look at the lineup that Phil Klein will face tonight. It's brought to you by Xfinity. Xfinity X1 will change the way you experience TV. Span, Pagan, and Pence, followed by Buster Posey. Yes, he has good numbers against the Phillies. Brandon Crawford bats fifth. Brandon Belt hits sixth. In the bottom third of Panik, Gillespie, and Johnny Cueto. They will face the right-hander, as Ben said, from Columbus, Ohio. He lives just outside of Columbus, Ohio. In fact, his dream was to go play for Ohio State. He wound up going to Youngstown State. Those are his numbers with the Rangers in 8 games this year. The Phillies picked him up off waivers in June of this season, and he's been down at Lehigh Valley. And he's been mostly a reliever in the big leagues. This will be his 3rd major league start, Ben.
Well, he's got decent stuff. He's 90-92, like you said, very good downward plane due to that 6'7" frame. He's a big kid, but he's got the new grip on the slider, which has really helped him, and that's really his put-away pitch.
See the cutter as well. He does throw a changeup, which he's been fiddling around with throughout the course of this year. In the dugout is Aaron Nola. He said he felt it in his last start against the Braves, and then on Sunday, before he came back to Philadelphia, is when he mentioned it to the Phillies athletic trainers. They did an MRI today, and it shows a slight strain in that elbow. So the hope is that a little bit of rest, a little bit of rehab, and he will be back in the very near future. Time now for our Nissan keys to the game.
Well, for Phil Klein, don't change what you're doing in AAA. His numbers in AAA very, very good. He had a 2.23 ERA. And also the offense, don't jump at Cueto. He likes to fiddle with his mechanics. He will do the quick pitch. He'll do the big leg turn. So don't jump at Cueto and stay with the approach they had last night up the middle.
And that certainly worked. There is Johnny Cueto just back from the bullpen. Denard Span will lead things off. Span was 1 for 4 last night. He did have 2 stolen bases. First pitch of the night is inside, so it's 1 ball and no strikes. Span overall is hitting .257 with 4 homers and 31 runs batted in. Off the hands, blooped out towards center. Slow start for Herrera, and it's off the heel of his glove. And it drops freely in center field, and going to second base is Span. And he's there with a leadoff double. And hopefully Odubel Herrera is okay.
He did land awkwardly, but he just kind of freezes on this. It wasn't crisp off the bat, but he seemed kind of hesitate there in center field. I think that's what really got him caught up out there, unable to make the play.
Yeah, that hit off the bottom of his hand. He probably could have run right through that ball. All right, so Phil Klein will have to work with the runner in scoring position. Those numbers have not gotten better for the Giants from last night. Even though they had 10 hits, 3 home runs. Angel Pagan had one of those home runs last night. Hitting .275 since the All-Star break. He had two hits and 5 at-bats in last night's ball game. Just a bit outside, 2-0. How much of a burden, Ben, is this on Cameron Rupp, a guy who he has never caught before? Phil Klein was with the Rangers in spring training, so Cameron didn't even see him there.
It's not too. I mean, if it's a guy with crazy life on his sinker, I think it would be a little bit more of a daunting task. But Phil Klein's stuff seems to be pretty much like a lot of the other Phillies pitchers. Just to really get him into a rhythm and find out what he's more comfortable with. I'm sure he caught his entire bullpen out there before the game.
Well, he made 4 starts with Lehigh Valley, pitched in 8 games overall, was 1-1 with an ERA of 2.13. And a line drive towards center field. That'll drop for a base hit. Span held up just to make sure the ball wasn't caught, so he'll stop at third. And it puts runners on first and third for the Giants. And it'll bring Hunter Pence to the plate.
Love to see him get something down in the zone and do that double play. Gladly exchange a run for a double play here.
Giants on the year have scored 36 first inning runs. And they have struggled offensively with runners in scoring position since the All-Star break. Last night the Phillies had a 6-0 lead. They then took an 8-7 lead before the Phillies came from behind to win it 13-8.
Was a fun one to watch.
There's a lot of offense. The ball was jumping too. Swing and a miss. Now that must have been the changeup, or was it a cutter, Ben?
It was just, actually I think it was a slider, just kind of he never got over top of.
I would think there's some butterflies for Klein as you take a look at this pitch. Yeah, I think you're right. I think that was a slider.
Yeah.
The throw over to first base. I don't know if it'll be the same butterflies that he had when he made his major league debut against the Cleveland Indians, a team that he grew up rooting for. He went to more Indians games than Reds games, even though he grew up outside of Columbus. In fact, that was back in 2014 in the minor leagues in AA and AAA in 2014. He threw 190. He faced 196 batters, did not allow an extra base hit. Wow. And then got to the big leagues, and the first batter he faced was Lonnie Chisenhall, and Chisenhall homered against him. So we get a miss, 0-2. His comments after that game were kind of like Zach Eflin's. Basically, hey, listen, I just made my major league debut. That's the exciting part about this.
Yeah.
Eats his pizza crust first.
He was a teammate of Jared Eichhoff's in the Texas Rangers organization. Swing and a miss. He just struck out Pence. That one at 95 miles an hour. A little bit of an adrenaline rush.
Yeah, reach back and get you some. This is just straight by Hunter Pence. Really good pitch to hit, but he's just tardy on it.
That'll bring Buster Posey to the plate with runners on first and third. Posey hitting .289. Keeping an eye on Pagan, who has stolen 9 bases.
Cameron telling him to go with a slide step.
And it's 0-1 to Posey. Posey was 1 for 4 last night. He walked once. Probably better that there was time called because Pagan broke and then went back, and I'm sure that Klein saw that out of his periphery. Inside, 1 ball, 1 strike.
For those watching at home, if you do see Cameron Rupp rub the inside of his leg there and then give a sign, it would be a slide step to Klein and then deliver whatever pitch was signaled for.
Is that universal?
It pretty much is, yeah.
I don't think I ever knew that. Now, does everybody have a slide step? Or
No.
Is it, okay.
They do not.
Because I would think at 6'7", it's hard to have a slide step.
It is, but he gave it to him on that pitch prior to that, and it was pretty darn quick for a guy that is 6'7". He's got a lot to move. Some big limbs out there.
Runner does go. Pitch is taken high. Throw to second base is also high. And Pagan is safe. That is his 10th stolen base. So the double play is out of order. Cameron a little frustrated with himself that he didn't get him. Pagan had a good jump, though.
And Cameron with a high throw last night. I mean, you could tell he's got the arm strength, but that one's just a bit high again. Maybe just adjust those sights a little bit lower.
Infield is back with runners on second and third. Chopper toward third. Charging is Franco. A foul ball.
So here you see Cameron Rupp rubbing the inside of his right leg. See him here. Slide step. Actually gave the sign first and then the slide step. Usually it's you do the slide on the inside of your leg, then the sign.
Two balls, two strikes. Brandon Crawford is on deck for the Giants. San Francisco 2 games up in the National League West.
Curveball there.
Well, maybe we have to adjust our scouting report. Dodgers lost last night 59-47. Colorado hosted the Dodgers. So Bruce Bochy's team did not lose any ground in their lead. Back toward the middle and into center field, a base hit. One run is in. In fact, both runs will score. It's a 2-run single for Buster Posey. And the Giants take a 2-0 lead. Speaking of the standings, even though the Giants have struggled recently, they still have the 5th best winning percentage in all of Major League Baseball. Kind of tells you what kind of lead they had early on this year.
Yeah, they were on fire.
Yeah, their high water mark was 8 games up on the 26th of June. Brandon Crawford is now the batter. Crawford takes a slider for a strike, 0-1.
I know we're kind of jumping the gun a little bit as it's only August the 3rd, but I think Dave Roberts has a little bit of a chance to be NL Manager of the Year with the job that he's done.
Oh, I think there's a pretty good chance, yeah.
I mean, with all the injuries they've sustained, I mean, they've been just to be only 2 games out right now.
Swing and a miss, 0-2. I think Roberts does. I also think you have to put Dusty Baker into that category, even though he has a full throttle roster. They faltered last year with basically the same roster. Now Daniel Murphy has added a little bit of a boost at second base. No balls, 2 strikes to Crawford. Cameron wanted it up there, and it's 1-2. In the National League East, Phillies are 15 back, 10 games under 500. Marlins and the Mets are leaking a little bit, 7 and 8 games back. Washington has already won today. That's why the Phillies are at 15 and not 14.5 where they were last night. Washington defeated Arizona 8-3 earlier today. Pretty good pitch. Didn't come all the way back according to Lance Barrett. And it's even 2-2. Brandon Belt is on deck.
Backdoor slider. Ooh.
It's really close. It's Barrett behind the plate. Dan Iassogna at first. Dale Scott is at second base, and Bob Davidson is at third. Three balls and 2 strikes. 1 man down. Let's see if Posey's off and running here. Posey does not have good wheels. but he has stolen 6 bags. Our guns go. Pitches hit the opposite way foul. And we'll do it again with the count 3-2. Tonight's ball game is also available in Spanish. Just use the SAP button on your television or change the language through the menu on your cable box. Remains 3-2 with 1 man down. Out to right center field. Odubel Herrera on the run, and he'll get there to make the catch. Posey was at second. The throw will go towards second base, and Klein will just gobble it up. So a 9-pitch at bat results in a fly ball to center field, tracked down by Herrera. Two outs here in the top of the first. I guess you look at this inning so far, if you break it down, Ben, he could conceivably be out of it right now if Odubel had caught that ball to start the inning.
Yeah, and you always go back and look at things that happen like that. I mean, he's throwing strikes. He has worked a couple deep counts, but some foul balls. I like to see him maybe finish some hitters off. He's getting ahead. That's not the issue. Just finish these guys off.
Brandon Belt takes high and away, 1-0.
I know that's easier said than done when you got Pagan, Pence, Posey, Crawford, Belt, and Panic in the middle of that lineup. It's never an easy task.
Well, he's up to 26 pitches here in the first inning. We mentioned he has started since the All-Star break. He's made 3 starts. Since the International League All-Star break, he's made 3 starts. I'm not sure how elevated his pitch count is. Ahead 1-2. On the Toyota Major League scoreboard, Chicago defeated Miami 5-4. The Cubs sweep the 3-game series from the Marlins. They score the game-winning run on a
wild pitch.
Ichiro did pinch hit in that ball game. He lined out. 1 ball and 2 strikes to Brandon Belt.
I heard someone in the press dining area say that's a pass ball. I said wild pitch. It's always a wild pitch. Stick up for my catchers.
Upstairs 2-2. Fly ball down the left field line. Cody Ashe will give it a peek, but it's going to be back into the seats. Nice catch by the gentleman in the stands. All right, so this is part of what you were talking about being able to finish a hitter off. He hasn't been able to wipe anybody out with that slider. Nice grab by that guy.
It seems like he just has a tough time getting out in front of that slider. They're just kind of backing up on him.
2-2. Cameron Rupp tried to sell that a bit. 3 balls and 2 strikes.
A lot of pitchers like to do when they have a breaking ball that's not getting down in the zone. They like to shorten up their stride. That allows their arm to be a little bit quicker and get on top of the pitch a little bit sooner.
Posey will be off and running on this pitch. Boy, the home plate umpire is not coming close to giving the outside corner to big Phil Klein. So that's his first walk. Bob McClure heading out. Two nothing, Giants on top. Buster Posey's two-run single has driven in the 2 runs. Mentioned the inning probably could be a little different if Odubel had made the catch.
Yeah.
To start the inning. But instead, 2 are in and 2 runners are on base. Bob McClure is using all the time and then some. Joe Panik will be the batter. Panik was 0 for 4 last night. He hit the ball hard in one of his at-bats. It was tracked down by Tommy Joseph. And he takes the first pitch fastball for strike 1. Ground ball right side. Ryan Howard gobbles it up. Klein's there to cover, and the inning is over. So 2-run score. 34 pitches for Phil Klein. We'll head to the bottom of the first. The Phils will get their first crack at Johnny Cueto when we come back. The Phillies 2-0 thanks to a Buster Posey base hit. Let's see what the Phillies have in store for Johnny Cueto. Their lineup brought to you by Xfinity. Xfinity X1 will change the way you experience TV. Hernandez, Altair, and Franco, followed by Ryan Howard, Cameron Rupp, and Odubel Herrera batting 6th tonight. Freddie Galvis will hit 7th, Cody Ashe 8th, and Phil Klein will bat 9th. Klein, by the way, is 0 for 4 in the minor leagues as a hitter. They'll face Johnny Cueto. 22nd start for Cueto. He's 13-3 with an ERA of 2.63. Ben, he was given the honor of starting the All-Star game for the National League.
And quite an honor that is. That is, for a starting pitcher, I don't think it gets any better than that. Of course, those records reflect that. He should have been the starter. He'll sit at about 91 miles an hour. He's a 5-pitch pitcher, and he will use them all. But overall, against the Phils, not too good. 5.46 ERA, just a 1-4 record. And they swing the bats like they did last night. And I think they might do some damage against Johnny Cueto.
Cesar Hernandez will lead things off against Cueto. First pitch is in there. It's 0-1. Hernandez 4 for 5 last night with 3 runs scored. Since the 1st of July, he is hitting .356 with 13 runs scored. Swing and a miss. There's a little quick pitch from Cueto, and then he picks up a strikeout to start the ball game. That'll bring Overholtzer to the plate. Let's check in with Greg Murphy. Murph.
All right, thank you very much, Tom. Well, as you guys just alluded to, Johnny Cueto having a very good season with the San Francisco Giants, 13-3 record. However, the Phils have faced him already once this season, and they actually fared pretty well against him, so maybe that will help. He allowed 6 runs in 6 innings when they played on June the 26th back in San Francisco, and you look at what he was able to do against his fastball. They were able to bat 667 against the fastball and also 500 against the slider, 2 of the pitches he likes to use the most. So it'll be interesting to see whether or not Johnny Cueto attacks these guys a little bit differently here in Philadelphia than he did in San Francisco, because they were able to have some success against him.
It's interesting looking at his numbers since the All-Star game. He's 0-2 with an ERA of 3.94 after going 13-1 in the first half. And his whip, the walks and hits per innings pitched, they're way up, nearly 2.
That's very unlike Johnny Cueto.
Yeah.
He is a strike thrower.
And Murph's right. I mean, even in this first inning, his style is different with these, sort of shortened windup that he's firing out there. Opposite way, and Hunter Pence will glide under it. The numbers against Bumgarner and Cueto so far: 3 earned runs and 6 1/3 the first time against Bumgarner, 4 earned runs last night, and Cueto gave up 6 earned run in 6 innings the first time these two teams faced each other.
That's hard to believe. That's called getting up for a challenge.
Phillies last night got a 6-0 lead against Bumgarner, but his team came right back. No balls, 1 strike to Franco. 4 for 5 last night with 4 RBIs. Brandon Belt is under it over at first. And the side is retired. Nothing across for the Phils. We'll head to the top of the second. 2-0 Giants on top. So wrap up this 3-game series. It's a 105 Citizens Bank Business Person Special, and all fans coming to the ballpark will receive the Citizens Bank Pride of the Phillies print featuring Ryan Howard and Carlos Ruiz. Tickets can be purchased by going to Phillies.com. Top of the second, Phil Klein goes back to work against Connor Gillespie, Johnny Cueto, and then the top of the order for the Giants. Gillespie making his 27th start of the year, hitting .258. See what he's done over his last 20 at bats. First pitch is up top, and it's 1 ball and no strikes. Mentioned that Phil Klein is from just outside of Columbus, Ohio. When he was growing up, he wanted to play for Ohio State University, but they did not offer him a scholarship. He wound up going to Youngstown State as that ball slapped the other way. Ashe's on the run, and he'll field it on 1 hop. Gillespie will hold up at first. The pitching coach at the time at Youngstown State saw him going into his senior year, and he was 6'3", and he threw 77 miles an hour. And he made a note of him because he threw strikes. He went back and watched him in the spring of his senior year, which was only 7 or 8 months later, and he was 6'7". Oh, and he threw 87 miles an hour. As Cueto stands in, 6 sacrifices this year. He bunts it foul. It's 0-1. So he offered him a scholarship. That pitching coach and the head coach were then let go, but they honored the scholarship, and he wound up going to Youngstown State, where he was selected in the 30th round by the Rangers a few years later. Cueto squares again, and he bunts it toward first. Ryan Howard will make the play. Sacrifice is successful. 3-4 on the putout. Phillies fans, next time you want to grab Phillies seats, get the StubHub app. Not only will you find seats you'll love, whenever you want, you can find the best seat for your buck when you sort by best value. We take the price and location of seats and show you which tickets at StubHub give you the best deal. So get the StubHub app today.
6'3" to 6'7". Imagine how many pairs of sneakers those folks had to buy him. I mean, that had to be drastic.
I was impressed with the fact that his fastball went from 77 to 87 in that short period of time. Denard Span doubled his first time up, and he takes high. It's 1-0. That same coach that recruited him, that was let go by Youngstown State, did eventually coach him. In fact, coached him in summer ball in the collegiate leagues a year later. One ball, 1 strike to Span. That ball's hit well out toward right field. Altair going back. He has room, a couple steps from the wall, makes the catch. Tagging from second is Connor Gillespie, and he'll go to third. And there are 2 outs. On the Toyota Major League scoreboard, we mentioned before that Washington defeated Arizona 8-3. Max Scherzer returned to Arizona. That's where he started his professional career. He had 11 strikeouts in 8 innings. He also had a 2-run single. And Washington swept out the Diamondbacks. Runner at third. And 2 men down. And here's Angel Pagan.
I could watch Max Scherzer pitch every day. He's always on the attack. He will not back down from anybody. I really do enjoy watching him throw.
Outside, 2-0.
When I say I enjoy watching him pitch, he gets ahead and he's one of those guys. Yes, he's got way above average stuff, but he knows how to put you away. He's like a shark in bloody waters. He can just sense it, and he goes after you.
Well, that was his 12th win of the season. His biggest issue this year has just been giving up the long ball.
Yeah. And I think that's why you see so many long balls, because he will not back down. He's going to challenge you. And some of the hitters this year have gotten the best of him with that long ball.
2 balls and 1 strike to Klein. Gillespie over at third. Out to right field. Aaron Altair is under it. And the Giants leave one in scoring position here in the top of the second. No runs, 1 hit, 1 man left. We'll move to the bottom of the second. Giants 2, Phillies nothing. Philadelphia, bottom of the second inning. The Giants lead the Phillies 2-0. A lot of action last night offensively. Ryan Howard will lead it off. Howard did not play in last night's ball game. 6 home runs though in his last 20 starts. Overall hitting .168 with 14 homers and 30 RBIs. And it's no balls and 1 strike. Lucky McDonald's Phillies home run jackpot contestant is Pat Myers of Morristown. Phillies hit a home run in today's ball game. Then Pat will win $100. McDonald's mix and match any 2 for $2.50 on McDonald's McPick 2 menu.
Good luck, Patrick.
One ball and 1 strike to Howard. It'll be Howard, Rupp, and a Herrera. 2-1. Ryan with 371 career home runs. Next up on his list of guys that he's going to catch is Rocky Colavito. Fouled away. Ryan playing tonight instead of Tommy Joseph. Tommy did have an RBI in last night's ball game. Career numbers against the Giants. There's Tommy. Inside, did he go? No, says Bob Davidson.
That's where Lance Barrett actually appealed that himself. Usually you have to have a catcher or a pitcher ask for the request. Lance Barrett went right down to Bob Davidson.
Let's go, Big Piece.
I think Cueto would be more effective with that quick pitch if he didn't do it as frequently.
Absolutely.
Seems like he's doing it more and more this year. Right there.
That ball's pulled to right field. That'll be in for a base hit. Hunter Pence will cut it off. And Ryan Howard's aboard with a leadoff single here in the second inning. Well, earlier today, the 38th annual PAL Celebrity Softball game took place.
The tank.
There's pretty good swings going on out there. Phillies and PAL have been together for a number of years to help raise funds and awareness. There's our buddy Marshall Harris. Marshall had a couple RBIs in the ball game.
He's been in the cages, I see. Well done, Marsh.
Going with a little Fernando Rodney look. And the money raised will go toward PAL. You see IBAW Local 98, Sugar House Casinos. Tasty Cake was part of it as well. Chase Lenfest. Here's Cameron Rupp, who will bat. And Cameron takes a strike. And Greg Murphy is standing by with Police Commissioner of Philadelphia, Richard Ross. Murph?
Well, thank you very much. Yes, the media softball game, just part of what is a great night, Commish. And first of all, good to have you here. And just talk a little bit about the relationship between the Phillies and the Police Athletic League, because it's been a long relationship and certainly a successful one.
It has been, and we can't thank them for all they do for the community, and particularly tonight for what they did for PAL and these young people across the city.
Talk a little bit of what the Police Athletic League is able to do for more than 17,000 kids in Philadelphia, all across the city. What are they doing on a daily basis?
Well, it provides a whole bunch of opportunities, not just athletic. I mean, they help these young people study. I mean, they're building bridges with community. But most importantly, in these times, we're able to really show what police officers are about. I mean, they're giving back. If you hear some of these testimonials from some of these PAL kids and what their PAL officer has done, just really touches your heart.
Yeah, I was going to ask you about that, because obviously in the weeks and months that have passed, we've heard so much of the negative side. How important is it for the Philadelphia police officers to very early show young men and women that they're an important part of the community and a positive part of the community?
Very important now. I mean, you know what's going on across this country, what the climate looks like with law enforcement in various communities. So we have to find more and different ways to build those bridges and establish relationships. PAL is just a great way to do it. We can't say enough about the organization, all the sponsors, the PAL board, and everybody that gets involved. I mean, it's just a wonderful way to connect with young people.
About $40,000 raised tonight, even probably a little bit more than that, and that is going to go help more than 18 centers in the Philadelphia area, 2 more being open. So it's a big deal going on with the Police Athletic League.
It really is, and so we're very, very happy about that, and can't say enough about all the contributors that have helped us do this.
Well, we're watching Odubel Herrera run the bases like he can do. I thought maybe that was going to be an inside-the-park home run. We were going to be a part of history right there, Commissioner. But before I let you go, I would be remiss if I didn't say congratulations to all the men and women in uniform for what has been a very busy week and a half, 2 weeks here in Philadelphia. And it seems, I'm sure you're happy it's in the past, but it seemed like everything went terrific.
We are, and I never get tired of expressing my gratitude to the men and women that wear this uniform. They truly made us all proud. Can't say enough about them, as well as everybody in the city who were patient, in dealing with the last week, the events of last week. But all in all, it seemed to go well, and yes, we are glad it's over.
Commissioner, thank you for everything you do. Let's see if Freddie Galvis can knock in Odubel Herrera here, huh?
Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
Commissioner Richard Ross, guys, we'll send it back upstairs to you.
All right, Murph, thank you. Yeah, it did look like Odubel might have a chance for an inside the park home run. Usually when it caroms off that wall there, that's the territory where it will shoot. And it'll give the hitter a chance to go all the way around.
I think if that ball stays on the warning track, it's inside the Parker. Stand up inside the Parker.
Yeah, because it came onto the grass, it slowed up.
Yep.
Odubel with his 4th triple of the year. Off the hands, out to center field. Denard Span is under it. And the Phillies will leave one over third here in the 2nd inning. They picked up a couple of hits. The double play certainly hurt. We'll head to the 3rd with the Giants up 2-0. Go to the fan section for all the information, and please submit your answer on the subject line. All right, Ben, the question is, who was the only Giants closer to record 3 saves in one World Series? The only Giants closer to record 3 saves in one World Series. It had to be an even year, because the Giants have won the World Championship in even years under Bruce Bochy.
They also went to another World Series, which they didn't win.
Oh, okay.
Don't put names in my head.
Here's Hunter Pence. And he takes a breaking ball. It's 0-1. Pence struck out his first time up.
Hunter Pence likes Nickelback.
Outside, 1-2 to Pence. Pence during his time here in Philadelphia, which was basically a year. Acquired at one trade deadline, traded near the other trade deadline. 298 with 28 home runs, with 94 runs batted in. He does a lot of that. It's amazing. He broke his bat, but still was able to pick up a base hit.
His ability to keep his hands back has always, and I mean always, amazed me. Everything was gone. His hips, his left shoulder, almost his head. But watch his hands stay back. Everything's out. Gone, gone, gone. Keeps those hands back, fillets it in the right center.
The other thing, too, is he's so strong.
Yes.
Story when Hunter was younger, he worked at a batting cage, and that's all he did. He just hit and hit and hit. Buster Posey, the batter, he has the 2-run single tonight. Takes a bit high, 1-0. away. 2-1.
That's the problem with having a bat in the position that Buster Posey has. Now, he's been a guy much like Paul Goldschmidt, would have that bat draped straight down his back. He made the adjustments the last couple of years to get it up a little bit more, but right before contact, it's creeped down again. He was late on a 2-0 fastball. That was a good one to hit.
It is remarkable, though, two different organizations, how he and Goldschmidt's stances are very similar, and two different size guys, too.
Yes. Now, Buster does have a bit of a stride where Goldschmidt does not.
Good spot on that fastball. 2-2. He's had a handful of 3-2 counts tonight. This is his fourth.
That's why you see the pitch count where it is. Pence is off here.
Yes, I do. There he goes. Pitch is lifted in the air to center field. Herrera's on the run. It's over his head, and it's off the top of the wall. Pence is already around third. He's heading for home. Galvis's throw to the plate is high. It'll be an RBI double as Pence rolls after making that slide. It's 3-0 San Francisco.
Well, Buster's glad he was running on the pitch. Got an RBI out of it. Just missing another RBI that almost got on out to center field here. That's a good job of hitting. He goes down to one knee, his back knee, a la Adrian Beltre, and drives this ball out. That's about 1.5 feet away from being a 2-run homer. That is.
He's funny.
Loves playing.
Crawford is the hitter. Crawford 0 for 1, fly to center his first time up, and he takes outside. Brett Overholtzer is starting to warm up out in the bullpen for the Phils. He just popped up. To the right side. And Klein is able to field it. He'll just take it to the bag himself. One unassisted. Over to third base is Posey. Phillies will hit the road, and then when they return, it's Wall of Fame night here at Citizens Bank Park on Friday, August 12th, and they take on the Colorado Rockies. Jim Thome will be inducted into the Phillies Wall of Fame. All fans coming to the ballpark will receive the commemorative print, compliments of Toyota. Tickets can be purchased by going to Phillies.com.
He's one of my favorites in all of baseball.
Jim Thome.
It really is.
Phillies will play the infield in. Swing and a miss by Belt. Well, we were fortunate because he was at the end of the vet and the beginning of this ballpark, and then we got another chance to have him around.
Yeah.
Toward the end of his career.
I was very fortunate to play against him. Never knew what fingers to put down.
Fly ball center field. This will get the run home. Hopefully that's it. Herrera's back to the fence, and he makes the catch at the top of the fence and then tumbles to the ground. Posey will score. 4-0 Giants. Sacrifice fly for Brandon Belt.
That ball had amazing carry on it.
Sure did.
It's a breaking ball down, and he goes down and golfs it. don't know if it would have gotten out or not, but it would have been close. Sac fly either way for Brandon Belt.
Joe Paddock takes low and in.
Get the disco.
That was very ABC baseball by the Giants, wasn't it? I mean, you have a single and a double, but then Crawford comes out with 64 RBIs. Just rolls one over the right side, sac fly. Giants are up 4-0.
Paddock floats it foul. I think it's part of the reason why they've been successful under Bruce Bochy, is being able to do things just like that. Bochy's won 4 pennants during his managerial career, 1 with the Padres, 3 with the Giants, and 3 World Championships with the Giants as well. (1,763 wins). Ahead of Dusty Baker, ahead of Mike Socia. We get a miss.
A lot of hands to shake after a ball game.
Absolutely. So Klein gets a strikeout to wrap up the inning. Buster Posey's been right in the middle of things for the Giants in this series so far. We'll head to the bottom of the 3rd. Brought to you by Nissan. Shop ChooseNissan.com. By McDonald's. Mix and match any 2 for just $2.50 on McDonald's McPick 2 menu. And by your local Ford stores. Well, Ben, I know you're on a diet, but that leaves more for the rest of us.
They look good, don't they?
They do. Cody Ashe will lead it off. Phillies down 4-0. Against Johnny Cueto. It'll be Ashe, Phil Klein, and then the top of the order. Klein is out in the on-deck circle, so he will get a hack here. Away by Ashe. Johnny Cueto signed a 6-year, $130 million contract with the Giants this past offseason. There's also an option for 2022 in that contract. 3-2 to Ashe. They went all in with Cueto and with Samardzija, and then they traded for Matt Moore, who will pitch tomorrow for the Giants, making his Giants debut. Ashe hits it down the left field line. Pagano will give it a look. It's out of play. '44 wins since 2014. He's in an elite group led by Clayton Kershaw.
Keeps challenging Cody Ashe.
Yep. There's Jeff Samardzija. He was scheduled to start tomorrow, but the Giants decided to push him back a day. And he will start Friday in Washington. That's going to be a big series. Giants and the Washington Nationals.
He glints into the playoffs.
Down the right field line, it'll hook. Foul. It remains 3-2. Fouls it off again. That's turned out to be a good at bat for Cody. Hopefully he can put one in play for a base hit. This is a 10-pitch at bat, 6 foul balls.
He is getting some pitches to hit. See him just get started just a hair sooner.
Down the right field line. It's hooking. Foul. Cueto tried to disrupt it a little bit with a different windup that time. He turned his back, which we've seen, but there was more of a hesitation. And then he quickly came to the plate.
And he just motioned to Brandon Belt what he's going to throw. You see him tip his cap right here. Watch this pitching wind up, if you want to call it that. Another good pitch to hit. If it holds true, he's going to go to a breaking ball here. Nope.
Fastball away. Fouled another one back.
Oh, that was close to us. But right before that, he looked at Brandon Belt and kind of gave the nod like it was a breaking ball.
Strike 3 called. After all that, Cody is down looking on strikes. A 13-pitch at bat and one away here in the third. Second strikeout for Cueto.
Backdoor cutter. It's a good pitch. I don't know if it's a strike, but it's a good pitch. Take a look at the overhead cam.
I don't know if that's a strike. And the one in the first inning was a strike.
Yeah.
Phil Klein. Here's Klein. Klein is 0 for 4 in the minor leagues. Has not had an at bat in the big leagues. Swing and a miss. 0-2. Cueto does not want another 13-pitch at bat here. pitchers have done against him. Fouls it off, and it remains 1-2. Swing and a miss. Back-to-back strikeouts, and there are 2 outs. Well, tonight is also Alzheimer's night at Citizens Bank Park, and earlier tonight the great Bill Lyon, the great Inquirer columnist who is suffering from Alzheimer's disease, 78 years old. He threw out the ceremonial first pitch to the Philly fanatic. Be hard pressed to find a guy that has documented so much of the great sports memories in Philadelphia over the last 40 years. He's an incredible writer. In fact, he has a series that's been going on Philly.com in the Inquirer, documenting his Alzheimer's disease, his battle with Alzheimer's disease, and it's incredible. It is incredible writing. It was nice to see him here at the ballpark tonight with friends and family. Cesar Hernandez takes a strike. It's 0-2. $10 from each ticket sold tonight will be donated to the Delaware Valley chapter of Alzheimer's Association.
That's wonderful. That is just wonderful.
I know, just talking to a lot of his colleagues, they were excited that he was going to be out here tonight. As he said, his hope is that the columns that he's written will be cathartic and perhaps be some help to anyone else who is going down this same long, winding road. It's part of what he wrote in his first installment of this series. Down low, 1-2. Honestly, I got chills just watching him throw out that first pitch. Strike 3 called, and Cueto strikes out the side. Cesar down on strikes for the second time. He thought that was a bit in tight. A 2-seamer that ran back. 1-2-3 go the Phils. On to the 4th. Giants up 4-0. And the game ball over to Fellows, the most trusted name in the game to get the job done. Delivered for free by who but W.B. Mason. Top of the 4th inning, Giants 4, Phillies nothing. Phil Klein will go back to work. He's thrown 65 pitches so far. Look from the Diamond Club behind home plate. Connor Gillespie will lead it off. He singled his first time up. And the first pitch outside, 1-0. play. Mentioned earlier that Phil Klein has adjusted his slider, or did so after the 2013 season. He adjusted his grip on the slider because he was walking too many guys with what he was doing before. In fact, in 2013, he had 44 walks and 53 and 2/3 innings. That's a lot of walks. So by adjusting the grip on his slider, he was able to put hitters away on the minor league level a little bit more. And that led to his promotion to the big leagues. Really helped advance his game. Opposite way, 2-2. Gillespie.
And just looking at some of those stats, like you had mentioned, minor leagues, that see the numbers, but he always had a good ERA, and that's hard to do. So that means that he was able to pitch when he's not walking guys. He's really pitching and putting guys away. Because you know how much I despise the walk. But if you're walking guys and you're still getting a low ERA, it shows me something.
Foul ball. Remains 2-2. Did you despise walking as a hitter too?
No, I did not despise walking as a hitter. Walks keep that average up, that's for sure. Apparently I didn't walk enough.
2-2 pitch in the dirt, 3-2. Yeah, you'll work on it in your next life.
That's right.
Johnny Cueto's on deck. And a line drive base hit it to center field for Gillespie. So he's 2 for 2. Time for our timeless moment. Here is Greg Murphy.
All right, thank you very much, Tom. Well, on this date, back in 1980, Chuck Klein was inducted posthumously into the Baseball Hall of Fame. Of course, he played for the Phillies back in 1928 through 1933, then again in parts of the 30s and the 40s. He was an MVP in 32. He won a Triple Crown in 33. And how about these career numbers? 320 average, 300 home runs, and 1,201 RBIs. And this is very ironic because if you think, you know, we have Phil Klein on the mound tonight. There have only been 2 Kleins that have played for the Phillies, been in a Phillies uniform, Chuck Klein and Phil Klein.
Wow.
And now he is here on the day that, that Chuck Klein was inducted into the Hall of Fame. So kind of strange. All works out that way.
Figure it's all going to come full circle eventually.
I guess so.
Chuck Klein was a great power hitter for a number of years in Major League Baseball at a time where power hitters were really just evolving. Sacrifice is successful for Cueto for the second time. Denard Span takes a fastball for strike 1. Span is 1 for 2. Flied out to right his last time up. Ground ball right side. Cesar Hernandez got to it and then bobbled it. Gillespie will hold up at third. So that'll go down as a base hit. Runners on first and third.
It's a heck of a play by Cesar to get to this ball, knock it down, which does keep the double play in order. Just the one out. The Phillies have a chance to get out of it. It looks like Ryan Howard just kind of freezes on that. Cesar does his best job to get over there. That is a nice job of securing that baseball, just keeping it in the infield. A double play and get out with no damage.
Now Angel Pagan, who is 1 for 2 in this ball game. Pagan singled and scored in the first inning. Flied out to right his last time up. Chopper to short, that could be 2. Galvez to second for 1. Over to first just in time. to get Angel Pagan. Pagan would like that one to be reviewed by his manager. They're going to hold the Phillies defense. First base umpire Dan Iasonia made the call. It looked like he got it right with the initial call. Take a look. Yeah, it looked like he got him. Got him by about a half step. I think the Giants are, well, they're still looking at it. Ron Wotus, the bench coach, is peeking at it. Ball is in the glove. Foot is just arriving on the bag. That's interesting. They are going to review that one. All right. They're up 4-0. This is interesting, too, Ben, when you think about the strategy of challenging it. If they lose it, and I think they're going to, just by the replays we showed.
I think they're going to win it.
You do?
I do.
Really?
I do.
But I think there's a strategy to it. You're up 4-0. Do you wait and use it later on if there might be a play that could be a turning point in a game? This is not really, I guess, a turning point play, although a run would score and the inning would still be alive.
And that's where I think that's the view right there. We're looking on the Jumbotron. The view behind Ryan Howard.
Yeah, see, I think that one shows he's out.
It's going to be close, but I understand where Bruce Bochy is going, where he's coming from, because he's got a 4-0 lead right now, and Johnny Cueto is throwing the heck out of the baseball. So if he has a chance to
add to it.
So add to it.
Yeah, I think it is close. It's closer than I thought watching it live. But I thought the ball was in the glove. See how close it is? Ball's in the glove. Foot is just arriving on the bag. It's going to be close. We've seen this go both ways already this year. In fact, we saw it on this most recent road trip 2 different times. Go one way one time and another way another time. So the same exact spot from another angle. They have called him out.
They haven't. Like I said, I think he's going to be out.
But it was that close, and that's why Angel Pagan asked for it to be reviewed. So it remains 4-0. We'll head to the bottom of the 4th inning here in Philadelphia. Visit buyatoyota.com to find your RAV4 today. Toyota, let's go places. Let's go Phils. As we go to the last of the 4th inning, Phillies down 4-0. They'll send Aaron Altair, Maikel Franco, and Ryan Howard to the plate against Johnny Cueto, who is throwing well, as Ben alluded to. He's allowed 2 hits, single by Howard, a triple by Herrera, but that's it so far. 4 strikeouts through the first 3. Altair fly to right his first time up. 1 ball, no strikes.
I just think there's way more deception with that windup than the quick pitch. I do. And that's why I think it'd be better if he didn't do the quick pitch as frequently.
2 to Altair.
Get a couple here. Seeing you have to get all 4 back at once, but that'd be nice.
Be very nice.
A lot of everybody.
Michael Franco on deck. Swing and a miss. Last 4 outs have been strikeouts for Cueto. Follow Phillies baseball live with the MLB.com at-bat app. Stay up to the moment at any moment with live game video highlights, StatCast, news, and more. Download MLB.com at-bat, the #1 app for live baseball on your phone and tablet. Michael Franco popped out to Brandon Belt his first time up. He's 0 for 1. Ball's rocketed foul. 0-2. Splits this year. Exact ERA. Little different record though. Another strikeout. That one gets away from Posey. Franco didn't realize it right away, but he is thrown out. 5 straight strikeouts for Johnny Cueto.
This pitch really just backs up on Johnny Cueto. Not exactly where Buster Posey wanted it. That just had weird spin. It looked like a changeup.
Did have weird spin on it. There's Ryan Howard.
He does throw that changeup 16.7% of the time, but it just seemed like an odd time to throw it.
Howard hits it sharply, and he's got a second base hit of the night. That one going to the track in right, and he'll put the brakes on as Pence quickly throws it in. Ryan Howard's 2 for 2. That'll bring Cameron Rupp to the plate. He provides us with our Geico quote of the day on run support for pitchers last night. They've bailed us out all year. We finally get to bail them out. It's nice when it works out that way. It is true. I mean, there's been a lot of good starting pitching that's been kind of wasted this year by the Phils. Last night, after they wasted a 6-0 lead and fell behind 8-7, they came back to win it. Here's the opposite field home run by Cameron Rupp.
Just trusting yourself. Sergio Romo, knowing that he doesn't have enough to get a fastball by him. I think he was sitting slider and just really, you can adjust to a fastball when it's only 86 to 88. When it's 98 and you're sitting off speed, you're not going to adjust to that.
Down and away, 1-1.
What a luxury to have, though, knowing that you're that strong.
Well, they just want him to remind himself all the time that he is that strong. Over to third base. And Gillespie's low throw is dug out by Brandon Belt. That's a heck of a play by Belt. Phillies get a base runner, but they leave that base runner. We'll head to the 5th. 4-0 Giants. fans come to the ballpark to watch the Phillies and the Cardinals, they will be given a replica of the Harry Kalas statue from Citizens Bank Park. It's free to all fans. Compliments of Toyota. Make plans now. Order your tickets by going to Phillies.com. Scott Brandreth, who handles the promotions for the Phillies, brought in one of the statues for us to look at. It is awesome. Very cool. It is a great giveaway, and you want to come out to the ballpark that day to see the Phillies and the Cardinals, but also get a chance to see, or get a chance to get one of those statues. Hunter Pence will start it off here in the top of the 5th inning for the Giants.
Hunter Pence thinks the fanatic is still his friend.
Pitch is up high, 1 ball and no strikes. Pence today has singled and scored. He's also struck out.
Hunter, I just caught a squirtle.
Little tapper foul. It's 1-2.
Probably sounds like a oxymoron, but I would characterize him as a disciplined free swinger. I know that sounds silly, but he's just not up there literally swinging at every pitch. He knows.
Oh, he's got an idea.
He does have an idea.
I think it's remarkable that he's able to come back from the hamstring surgery this quickly.
And I watched him run.
It doesn't look like he's got anything.
And that's why I asked you when
any issues, I should say.
When Buster Posey hit that double his last time up, he was on first base, said, do you think he runs here? And I would have said no, just because coming back from that's a debilitating injury. And he was going around the bases just fine.
Career numbers. He's having himself a very nice career. He's also been able to call himself a world champion. 1 ball, 2 strikes. And he fouls it off toward the second deck.
And to be able to make as much contact as he does with that many moving parts blows my mind. See, that's discipline right there. It's a good pitch by Phil Klein. I mean, never in a million years would you get a little leaguer and say, hey, Johnny, come here, hit like this guy.
Opposite way, Cesar Hernandez to the glove side. But you would say play the game like this guy.
Yes.
Because he does play it hard. 1 out here in the top of the 5th. Boy, Murph's got special guests all over the place. This one is extra special with Greg Murphy.
He is extra special, and he needs no introduction to Philadelphia sports fans. I am sitting next to the great Allen Iverson. Hey, welcome back to Philadelphia. It's good to see you.
Glad to be here.
You're here for a very special reason. Of course, we're celebrating the Police Athletic League tonight here at the Phillies. And this is a special week for you because you're involved in a number of very special events that are going to benefit the Police Athletic League. Tomorrow night, a gala. Then you got a block party on Friday and a charity basketball game on Friday night.
This is Philadelphia, man. You know, I am Philadelphia. You know what I mean? The same way I am Virginia. This is my home away from home. I get an opportunity to come out here and do something positive for the people here in this community. And, you know, I'm just blessed to be able to, you know, have an effect on people to where it's, you know, we can do something real positive.
All right, so the Police Athletic League, it's an organization you've done some work with before, and obviously you're helping these kids that live here in the city and benefit from PAL on a daily basis.
Yeah, I mean, this is what it's all about, man. You know what I mean? And it's just me helping in any kind of way that I can, you know, to be a positive image in kids' lives and everybody else for that matter. You know, when my manager came to me about the idea, I was all for it, you know, especially with it being here, you know what I mean? Because I love these people and they feel the same about me. So, you know, I want to be hands-on with something like this.
Absolutely. Well, you know, it's been going to be a great week, obviously, with all those events. But for you, also a pretty great year as you will head into the Basketball Hall of Fame in September. Congratulations on that. And I don't know that it certainly wasn't a surprise for any of us, but it certainly had to be pretty special.
Definitely. And thank you, man. I really appreciate that. But even more so, you know, being here at a time where I get inducted into the Hall of Fame and get to be around the people that, you know, cheered me on, and to make something like that possible is that much more special, you know what I mean? Because, you know, when I'm inducted into the Hall of Fame, the whole Philadelphia is going to be inducted as well.
Well, I would imagine half of Philadelphia is going to be in Springfield when it happens. Alan, thanks for your time. Good luck this week with the events, and thanks so much for the work you're doing.
Appreciate you, man. Thank you.
You got it. Guys, back upstairs.
All right, Murph, thank you. We appreciate that. It's always nice to see Allen Iverson here at the ballpark. Phillies down 4-0. Odubel will lead it off when we come back.
Oh, thank you.
Lakewood Blue Claws in a doubleheader today at Greensboro. Lost game 1 4-1. Cornelius Randolph a single and 3 walks. Game 2 they lost 3-1. So not a great day, but a nice day for Cornelius Randolph to be on base 4 times. Reading is leading Bowie 5-0. That game's in the 4th inning. And Lehigh Valley is trailing Scranton 6-0. Dunedin beat Clearwater 4-2. Odubel Herrera takes inside and low. 1 ball and no strikes. Odubel tripled his last time up. Phillies hope that that's the start of something. He has 2 hits in this series. 5 hits against the Giants this year. I think that little hesitation just knocked Odubel his challenge off a little bit. Phil Klein getting a handshake from Bob McClure, so he goes 5. He scatters 8 hits and 4 runs.
Give him credit. He didn't get rattled. Gave up some hits. You know, that first inning could have definitely gone differently if Odubel secures that leadoff double to Denard Span. Good mound presence as well. I love to see that.
Yeah, it didn't look like, as you mentioned, that he was rattled at all, that he's kept his composure.
Yeah. Pitch count got up there. Didn't seem to tire too badly.
2-2.
Let's go, El Torito!
Bob McClure has not seen him at all, so this is the first time that Bob got a chance to watch him. 2-2 pitch to Herrera. Swing and a miss. 7 strikeouts for Johnny Cueto. Tomorrow at Quick Slants, Jim Schwartz talks about his new look defense. Plus, hear from QB Sam Bradford and Carson Wentz as the Birds' first preseason game is just a little more than a week away. Watch Quick Slants tomorrow at 6 right here on CSN. Freddie Galvis, last time up, flied out to center field. And it's 1 ball and no strikes to Galvis.
We've seen that velocity from Cueto come up a bit since the game started, and he's being more aggressive with that fastball.
Boy, it must have some consistent movement on it, though, because Phillies are missing badly these last couple innings. 7 strikeouts for Cueto, 6 in the last 3 innings. 1-2. Well, I guess that's an indication of what you're talking about, how he does get stronger as the game moves on. On the outside corner, 8 strikeouts for Cueto.
This is the 3rd one of the looking variety. That is paint.
Cody Ashley had a 13 pitch at bat his last time up. Taylor Featherston on deck to pinch hit.
I'd keep going out there too. And he's dotting it away to lefties.
Well, and I think as you've talked about, Matt's talked about this, Mike Schmidt's talked about this, the umpire is giving him the outside part of the plate so he can creep. He continues to test how far he can creep.
He must really like a certain feel for a ball, because the only time he takes his time, he's a quick worker, a very quick. The only time he takes his time is when he gets a new baseball.
Out to right center field, Denard Span shuffles over and is under. 1, 2, 3 go the Phils here in the 5th inning. We've completed our first 5 here at Citizens Bank Park as we go to the 6th. Giants enjoying a 4-0 lead. Heated up during this hot summer month. While the temperature has risen, so has the production of Maikel Franco. After starting July off with a 10-game hit streak, he has batted above 300 for most of the month. and his power has soared as well. The Phillies' third baseman has produced more home runs and more RBIs in July than any other complete month since June of last season. He's hot at the hot corner, and it's brought to you by Independence Blue Cross. Live fearless. Well, the Fanatic is taking on the San Francisco Kid in a boxing match. He got a little help from Iggy. That's not usually the way it works. Usually the Fanatic just pops the Kid. But instead, Iggy ate the Kid.
He did look hungry.
San Francisco Kid is no more. By the way, that was Steve the Rock Orman, who was with the Fanatic all the way from Dublin, Ireland. Brandon Belt takes a strike from Brett Overholtzer, who's the new pitcher for the Phillies. Phillies have made 2 changes. Overholtzer on the mound, 2-2, a 5.13 ERA. And Jimmy Paredes is out in left field as part of the double switch. So Overholtzer will bat 8th. Paredes will bat 9th. Popped him up. Cameron Rupp off with the mask. Two outs. There's Paredes. So he will lead off the bottom of the 6th inning. Excuse me, 1 out. I guess I was anticipating that Joe Panik was going to be retired here on the first pitch.
Nothing wrong with that.
Panik is 0 for 2. He's grounded out and he's also struck out tonight. On the first pitch, Panik rolls over on 1 to second. And there are 2 outs. So 2 quick outs for Overholtzer. There's Connor Gillespie, who is 2 for 2. I wonder if Panik did something on that swing. He's pretty slow to go back to the dugout.
He was just taking his time for Johnny Cueto.
Could be it.
Yeah.
On the inside corner to Gillespie. Panik is now 2 for 21 since coming back from the disabled list. That could have been part of the slow walk too. Little bloop out to left. Paredes comes in, freezes, and a quick inning for Overholtzer. Throws 5 pitches to get through the top of the 6th inning. We'll head to the bottom of the 6th. That's 7 in a row retired by Phillies pitching. to you by your Delaware Valley Honda dealers. Hurry to your local Del Val Honda dealer. Visit DelValHondaDealers.com. By the Pennsylvania Lottery's new Wonder Bucks Instant Game. Players must be 18 or older. Please play responsibly. And by WB Mason. You can't go wrong when you buy right. Phillies down 4-0. A little different layout tonight compared to last night between these two teams. Last night we had runs all over the place. 21 runs combined. Tonight, just 4.
Just the 4.
But that's partly because Johnny Cueto has allowed just 3 hits through 5. Here's Jimmy Paredes to lead it off.
24 hits combined last night.
Yep. Paredes on the year hitting .203, 2 home runs, 7 runs batted in. And it's quickly 0-2. Boy, he throws a lot of strikes. 77 pitches. He has 54 strikes, 23 balls. And he strikes out another one. That's 9 strikeouts for Cueto. Time now for the Jeep Stump the Fans trivia question. We'll get the answer from Ben. Who was the only Giants closer to record 3 saves in one World Series?
First I thought it was Rob Nen.
Rob Nen is incorrect.
But then I thought it's got to be Brian Wilson.
Brian Wilson is incorrect.
And I think it's got to be someone on the current team. I'm going to go with Sergio Romo.
Sergio Romo is correct. 2012 against the Tigers. Log back on Phillies.com. Find it if you're the winner of a Phillies prize pack.
I remember watching the first game of that when Panda went deep 3 times in that first game. Justin Verlander. That was something to watch.
Forgot all about him. Out for the year with the Red Sox. Cesar has not been in agreement with the home plate umpire Lance Barrett tonight on the strike zone. Last night, Cesar picked up his 23rd infield hit. He is tied with Jonathan Villar of the Milwaukee Brewers with infield hits. He was asked today about Cesar batting leadoff. He said, listen, he's got to be given all the credit because this turnaround has been so great. One hopper to Panic, who just throws out Cesar Hernandez. Ricky Morandini did not react. Cesar pointed toward the dugout. Larry Boa going to the phone. They'll take a look at it underneath very quickly.
Can we get Larry a cordless phone?
I think he's out.
Yeah.
Yep. That was as close as the Pagan one earlier. Wow. Well, he was vying for his 24th infield hit. On a broken bat line drive, 1 hopper. Aaron Altair is 0 for 2. Chopper to third. Gillespie takes the big hop. And the Phillies go down in order for a 2nd straight inning. In fact, it's the 4th time tonight they've gone down 1-2-3. We'll head to the 7th. Phillies trail at 4-0. Time now for your Delaware Valley Honda dealers game summary. Well, 2 runs in the first, 2 in the third, and that's been it really for tonight. Offensively, the 2 teams have combined for 11 hits and the 4 runs by the Giants. Phil Klein in his Phillies debut went 5, scattered 8 hits, 3 strikeouts. Johnny Cueto, who leads things off, has had a heck of a night. Not at the plate, although he does have 2 sacrifice bunts, which, you know, it's part of a pitcher's job. Brett Overholtzer pitched a quick 6th inning, and Cueto decides to bunt again. Maybe that'll tire him out. Oh, he's going to be safe. Oh, he's out. Dan Iasonia calls him out. Well, here's the thing. The Giants have already challenged. They could ask the crew chief, since we're in the 7th inning, if they will review it, but they've lost their challenge.
Boy, did that bunt take me by surprise.
Yeah, I think it took everybody by surprise. Did Ryan keep his foot on the bag? It looks like he did. Nice job by Ryan Howard. Turned out to be a heck of a play by the Phillies first baseman.
Now the advantage of being left-handed.
1-3 on the putout.
Hey, Denard, we all know Nunez should be batting leadoff.
Now Denard Span.
Some of these pitchers, they tell the guys just take first.
Take strike 1.
Cueto's got 86 pitches. He's going into the 7th inning. They figured the last thing he'd want to be doing if he does get on is running the bases.
Bet he smelled a hit. Michael Marriott, who is on the roster for Genmar Gomez, is in the bullpen. To the right side, Cesar Hernandez gets to it quickly. And 2 quick outs. Angel Pagan is going to take his time coming to the plate.
Love to see these quick ground ball outs by Brett Overholtzer. Love that sound.
That's part of what the fans are able to do out in Ashburn Alley, is to look down into the bullpens. They obviously have a pretty clear view of the Giants bullpen and can peek over the railing to see the Phillies pen. Pagan takes low, 1 ball, no strikes.
It's not sugar tax, it's on everything. No, it's on diet sodas.
Out to left field, and Paredes going back. He's under it near the track, and a 1-2-3 inning for Brett Overholtzer. So a 5-pitch 6th inning, a 6-pitch 7th inning. We'll head to the bottom of the 7th after we stretch here at Citizens Bank Park. Phillies down 4-0. Joel Embiid is healthy enough to contribute big time this year for the Philadelphia 76ers. Here the Phillies are looking for their offense to contribute as we go to the bottom of the 7th inning. By the way, there's still family packs available for select weekend games, including Alumni Weekend, the 12th through the 14th. You get 4 tickets, 4 Hatfield hot dogs, and 4 Coca-Colas for $100. For more information and order, visit the ticket section at Phillies.com. Franco takes a healthy hack at the first pitch. It's 0-1. Franco is 0 for 2. Cueto has struck out 9 through 6 innings, and he's allowed 3 hits. Opposite way, Pence ventures back, and he'll get that sinking line drive.
I like to see that. I know it's an out, but that's a good path to the baseball by Maikel Franco.
And here's Howard. He has 2 of the 3 hits tonight for the Phils. Both are singles.
Neither team able to hit on the field today because of the PAL softball game. But I did walk by the cage and saw Maikel hitting off the tee with Hendu, and
Howard the opposite way toward the pole. It is gone. Home run for Ryan Howard, and the Phillies are on the board. He's 3 for 3. Number 372 for his career. It's a 4-1 ball game.
Crisp.
It had to be, otherwise it would have sliced foul.
Crisp off the bat. All 3 hits tonight by Ryan Howard have been crisp. First pitch, hunting right here. Cueto tried to get him in twice. His first 2 at bats, goes with a heater away. Ryan all over it. That is patented Ryan Howard right there down the left field line.
7 home runs in his last 21 starts. That makes a winner out of Patrick Myers of Morristown. He's won $100 thanks to Ryan Howard and the McDonald's home run jackpot.
Way to go, Patrick.
Well, it's nice that the Phillies are on the board. Now let's see if they can build on it. Number 372 for Ryan Howard. Rocky Colavito, as we mentioned, is next up with 374. Cameron Rupp to center field. Bernard Span going back to the wall. It is gone into the bushes. Back-to-back Howard and Rupp. And the Phils have cut this deficit to 2. It's a 4-2 ball game.
Where's Ruppy's puppies? We talked about his strength, his last at bat. Oh, to be that strong. And I don't even think he got all of it. Go dead central. No big thing, Cameron.
Home run number 12. He's homered in back-to-back nights. Got it out front big time.
The backspin and the carry on that ball.
Wow, that went out by a good margin too. 5th time this year they've gone back-to-back with home runs. And it's 1 ball and no strikes to Herrera. Still a quiet bullpen for the Giants. Two balls and no strikes to Herrera. Dave Righetti, the pitching coach, longtime pitching coach, to his left, to the left of Bruce Bochy. Those guys have worked well together, even though Bochy took over and Righetti was already there. They've got a great relationship. Center field, and Span comes wandering in. 2 away for Freddie Galvis. Galvis tonight is hitless in 2 at-bats. He's flied out and he has gone down looking. already is out front and lifts it into shallow right. Panic backing up, says he has it. Side is retired, but the Phils make a little noise here in the 7th inning. They go back to back to make it a 4-2 ball game. First, Ryan Howard, his 3rd hit of the night. That one stayed fair, fortunately. No question about this one from Cameron Rupp. You knew it was fair, and then by the end, you knew it was in the bushes. 4-2, Giants lead it. Clearance sale is going on now. Toyota, let's go places. By Jefferson, call 800-JEF now or visit jefferson.edu. And by Chevrolet, visit your local dealer at chevydealer.com. 2 scoreless innings by Brett Overholtzer, where he throws 11 pitches. That's the kind of outing you want as a pitcher. That'll bring Michael Marriott into the ball game. Marriott in 26 games with Lehigh Valley, he was excellent. 32 1/3, 24 strikeouts, an ERA of 2.23. So he's here because Genmar Gomez, his wife, went into labor earlier tonight. Hunter Pence will lead it off. Marriott has been in the big leagues before with Kansas City in 2014 and last year.
Hunter Pence deletes all his emails too.
First pitch to Hunter Pence is outside, 1 ball and no strikes. Phillies selected him off waivers in November of last year. He missed spring training with the Phils because he was battling injuries. That's why we didn't see him. 1 ball, no strikes to Pence. And he hits that one foul, 1-1. Cueto with the jacket on. Bullpen still quiet. Good pitch. That is a wipeout slider right there.
He's got to throw it again, doesn't he?
I would think so. That looked more like a breaking ball than a curveball than a slider.
I think he just overthrew it. He tried to make it even better.
Hunter Pence bailed but wailed, and he lifts it to left. Jimmy Paredes puts it away. Time now for a Hyundai defensive play of the game. Ryan Howard did a nice job holding on to the bag on this bunt attempt by Johnny Cueto.
He did. I think Johnny Cueto caught everybody off guard with his bunt attempt, but Overholtzer gets over to it. Good stretch, good scoop. Able to keep his foot on the bag. And that is your Hyundai defensive play of the game, brought to you by your local Hyundai dealers.
Buster Posey out towards center field. A little easier play for Herrera this time, and he puts it away for the second out. Well, we got something brewing down in Double-A. Well, it's been brewing all year, but Dylan Cousins, 3 home runs, 28, 29, 30. He's on the heels of his teammate Rhys Hoskins, who hit his 31st. Those two guys are putting together magical Double-A seasons, the two of them.
McMahon and Neris.
It is incredible to see what they're doing.
August 3rd.
Yep, good for those guys. Cousins also has a stolen base tonight. He's 18 of 19 in steals this year. The biggest thing is if they can cut down on their strikeouts, you know, as they move forward, that is going to continue to enhance their game. Both are zeroing in on 100 RBIs for the season. As Crawford takes a strike. The Phillies, Reading Phillies record for RBIs is 120 by the Bull back in 1970. The all-time Reading record, the Reading Ball Club used to be part of the Indians organization, is Rocky Colavito had 121 in 1953. Over the glove of Marriott, picked up by Cesar Hernandez. 9 up, 9 down by the Phillies bullpen. That is a 9-pitch inning. It's given the offense a little bit of life. They're down by 2 as we go to the bottom of the 8th inning here in Philadelphia. Pitcher spot is due up when we come back. Take on the Los Angeles Dodgers, the first of a 3-game series. The last game will wrap up with a post-game concert by country music star Chase Rice. Get your tickets now by going to Phillies.com. It's the only time the Dodgers will be in town. The Phillies have not seen the Dodgers. They'll wrap up their season series with the Giants tomorrow. So we'll be afforded the opportunity to see a Dodgers team and maybe be able to gauge how they compare to this Giants team beginning next week when we're in Los Angeles. Here's Taylor Featherston to pinch hit. And he swings at the first pitch and hits it a mile high.
Oh, was that a good swing?
Yeah, Gillespie will watch it go into the crowd. Well, Johnny Cueto averaging 7 innings per start. Bumgarner, who had a shorter outing last night, is in the same neighborhood. 0-2 to Featherston. Bumgarner talked about last night how disappointing it was that his offense picked him up on a tough night and he could not come through for them. 1-2. I think it's going to be hard for the Dodgers if they don't get Clayton Kershaw back. Now, he was put on the 60-day DL today, which just means that he's extending his time in the DL. If they don't get him back, it's going to be hard for them to match up against the Giants. Swing and a miss by Featherston. One away. Time to get updated on what's going on around baseball. Here's Greg Murphy. Murph.
All right, thank you very much, Tom. It's our greater coverage of baseball presented by T-Mobile. And as you just mentioned, Clayton Kershaw heading to the 60-day disabled list as the Los Angeles Dodgers do a little bit of roster shuffling. Now, that does not mean that Kershaw is done for the season. It just means that it gives them a little bit of roster flexibility at this point. That's why they did it. He's actually eligible to come off on August 26th. He will not be ready for that date. They know that already. Hopeful that he can come back sometime in September. The news not as good for the Mets and their first baseman Lucas Duda. He is on the disabled list and he had a setback in the stress fracture in his back. He is likely done for the season. The Mets saying today the only scenario they could envision Lucas Duda being back is if they went deep into the playoffs this year.
Wow.
And we also got news from the Olympic Committee that baseball and softball heading back to the Summer Olympics in the year 2020. After missing the last 2 Olympics, no baseball or softball in the last 2, they voted to bring it back. So in Tokyo in the year 2020, we will see baseball and we will see softball, guys.
Yeah, honestly, it should have never been taken out of the Olympics.
Agreed.
2 balls and 1 strike to Paredes. Time is called.
I'm glad to see that back.
It was crazy that it was taken out. I understand that they have to pare it down, the number of sports that is. Johnny Cueto with 10 strikeouts tonight. It's his 12th career 10 strikeout game. Paredes fouls it back, 3-2. Paredes is one of those strikeout victims in his only at bat. Cesar Hernandez is on deck.
He's had some good rips.
He has.
I know it's just a second his bat, but
Romo and Smith both part of last night's breakdown by the Giants in the bullpen. Giants bullpen last night, 5 runs, 5 hits in 3 innings. Ball 4, so Paredes works out a walk. That'll bring Cesar Hernandez up. He is hitless in 3 at bats. If we get to the point, Pete Buchanan said the closer tonight will be Hector Neris. Neris is throwing in the bullpen with David Hernandez. Hernandez, if the game remains the way it is, to the right side, a base hit. Paredes surrounds second. He'll put the brakes on. Hunter Pence has an excellent throwing arm. 87 career outfield assists. Now that means the tying runs are aboard, and Aaron Altair is coming up.
Cesar almost beat an infield hit out his last at bat and gets one more conventional way. I'm going to say Cesar hasn't gotten a hit yet.
Well, Righetti goes out to the mound as Altair is ready to bat. He's 0 for 3. He's flied out, struck out, grounded out. Cueto is among the leaders in pitches per game. On average, he throws 106 and change. He's at 108 tonight. Bumgarner's there as well. Verlander still a horse. And you mentioned Scherzer before.
You expect to see that out of those 5 pitchers because they're strikeout pitchers. I would say Cueto would be the least of the, although he does have a handful tonight, but I would say he's least. He's got 10 punch outs tonight. I wouldn't necessarily call him a strikeout pitcher, but you'll see the pitch count creep up.
First pitch inside to Altair, 1-0. 22 of Altair's career hits are extra base hits, including 3 of the 6 he has this year. Oh boy, good swing. Good pitch for him too. 1 ball, 1 strike.
May have been a bit too high.
A little bit.
Yeah. Good swing though.
Chopper toward the hole, diving stop. Gillespie throws to first, and it's not in time. The bases are loaded. Now, just like before, the Giants are out of challenges. They can request a review from the crew chief.
I thought the throw beat him. If anything, maybe Bell came off the bag, but I thought the throw got him.
That's a heck of a play by the third baseman, Connor Gillespie.
Boy, he really gets underneath that ball.
He went to the middle of the bag. That may cause a problem. So now Dal Scott and Dan Iasonia will come over. I think he might be out.
Yeah, I think he is out, unfortunately. Good call, though. You got to hit the front of the bag. Saves yourself a lot of time, more time than you think.
Well, this is a huge play in this ball game. Huge play. Pete Mackanin is coming out to talk to the home plate umpire, Lance Barrett. And Iasonia is looking right down at it. Ball is in the glove, and the foot is still above the bag, so he is out, according to Dale Scott. They just signaled. Well, by replay, it looks like they did get the call correct. It's unfortunate for the Phillies. And Maikel Franco is going to be the hitter. You know, the whole debate on replay, and you get one review opportunity until late in the game, and then you can ask for a crew chief review. I mean, so he essentially could have 2 reviews, even though it's listed as just 1. There's a line drive base hit to right field. That's going to tie the ball game up. Maikel Franco, a 2-run single, and we are deadlocked at 4.
What a comeback by the Fighting Phils here. You know who I attribute that base hit to every eyes to, Tom? Number 6 on deck. I attribute that base hit by Maikel Franco to Ryan Howard.
Because they have him on deck and they have to go after him?
They have him on deck, and he's got 3 bullets tonight. Maikel Franco, I said I liked his approach. His last time up, he lined out to right field. Stays with that same approach, bullet to right field. Johnny Cueto pitched good, but not good enough.
Johnny Cueto is lifted from this ball game. He allows 8 hits tonight. He will head out. Will Smith will head in. We'll be back with a pitching change right after this. Allowed 4 runs in the last 2 innings. The runner at first is his responsibility. First 6 innings, 3 hits, no runs. And through the first 6 innings, he had 9 strikeouts. The last 2 innings, 5 hits and 4 runs. And just 1 strikeout. He'll give way to Will Smith, who the Phillies got to in last night's ball game. Combined numbers between the Giants and the Brewers, 1-4 with a 4.43 ERA. He lost last night's game. And he will face Ryan Howard, who has 3 hits tonight. Pete Buchanan's going to ride him. Maikel Franco, 6 RBIs in the first 2 games of this series. He is now 9 for 20 against the Giants this season. Ryan's numbers against lefties.
I sure hope Maikel realizes that approach, I know this game is not about money, but that approach right there is going to make him tons of it.
Breaking ball, and it's 0-1 to Howard. Well, but it's in reality, you're right.
I know. It's just, you know, that big swing where his helmet falls off and all that. He's pulling off the baseball.
One to Howard with the runner at first. Swing and a miss, 0-2. Bronco with a short lead, back easily.
One thing the Phillies have done recently, though, is come up with a lot of 2 RBI hits, or 2 out RBIs. That is just, that's huge.
Swing and a miss. Will Smith strikes out Ryan Howard. Side is retired, but the Phillies do enough damage to tie this ball game up as we go to the 9th. It's a 4-4 game. For the 9th inning, and Hector Neris is going to take over for the Phils in this tie game. Boy, what a turn of events. The Phillies down 4-0 have tied it up. Last night they were up 6-0. The Giants tied it up, and then the Phillies won it late, and now the Phillies down 4-0, and they're able to tie it up here. Brandon Belt will lead it off. Belt tonight does have an RBI and a sac fly. Phillies bullpen has Phillies pitchers are retired 13 straights. And Belt fouls the first one away. How about the job the bullpen has done? Bullpen has retired 9 straight.
On 20 pitches.
That's getting it done.
Yeah.
Little quick pitch by Neris. Little page out of Johnny Cueto's book. A little different when it comes from the stretch than the windup. Fastball up, 1-2. Just to also let you know, Tommy Joseph is in at first base, and Joseph will bat 8th. And the pitcher's spot is now the cleanup spot. So Tommy will be the 4th man up in the 9th inning for the Phillies. That one's golfed out to right center field. Herrera will get to it, and there's 1 out. Think back to the first 5 innings of this ball game. Phil Klein, making his first Phillies start, allowed 4 runs in the first 3 innings, but then kept the Giants offense quiet enough to keep the Phillies within reach.
And he also got later into that ball game. I know he just threw the 5 innings, but that makes a big difference. You know, if he would have come out after that 3rd inning, you know, he was able to keep the Phillies in there and not use up that entire bullpen.
First pitch from Neris to Panic outside. The other guy that really stood out tonight out of the pen was Overholtzer. Overholtzer with 2 scoreless innings. Santiago Casillas, Sergio Romo. Casillas the closer for the Giants. Swing and a miss, 2-1. There is that split from Neris, which at times is unhittable. Fly ball left field. Paredes. Can of corn. Coming up after this ball game, Phillies post-game live. Tommy Green is going to break down the performance of Phil Klein and Johnny Cueto and tell you how the Phillies or the Giants won this game. Only on Cure Auto Insurance presents Phillies post-game live. With 2 outs, Connor Gillespie has had a good night. He's 2 for 3. He also made a huge play, defensive play, in the bottom of the 8th inning.
And I thought that ball Aaron Altherr hit was going to get through. Really did.
And not only that, but he popped up and threw out a fast runner. Over to the right side and 1 hop to Cesar Hernandez. Tommy Joseph covers, and a 1-2-3 inning for Hector Neris. Neris throws 10 pitches to get through the 9th inning. Now we go to the bottom of the 9th with the Phils having a chance to win it when we come back. of the game.
Oh, who doesn't like a home run? Because I know I sure do. Ryan Howard goes down and gets a fastball down and away, shoots it down the left field line, just inside the fair pole to make it 4-1. Cameron Rupp next up. I'll take that little cutter out over the plate. Go dead central on you. They are things of beauty. Back-to-back homers for the 5th time this season. Then in the 8th inning, Michael Franco, who doesn't love it, love. 2 out, 2 RBI, base hit to right field to score Paredes and Cesar Hernandez. They are your WB Mason deliveries of the game.
All right, so that gives the Phillies a chance here in the bottom of the 9th inning to win it. With the game tied at 4, Sergio Romo is on the pitch. Nunez comes on to play third base for the Giants. Romo in his 15th ball game. An ERA of 4.63. The Phillies were also able to get to him last night.
3 earned runs.
Cameron Rupp will lead it off. Rupp hit a home run 411 feet his last time up. First pitch slider is taken outside. 1 ball and no strikes.
Be nice to leave him standing out there, wouldn't it?
Fouled away, and it's 1 ball and 1 strike. Home run by Cameron is 12th of the year. He's got 34 RBIs. 5 home runs now since the 1st of July. Over to third base, hit through the hole on the left side. All right, now do you pinch run for Cameron Rupp? He is the winning run at first base.
I don't. I know the man walking out to the mound right now definitely would.
Bruce Bochy going out. They're going to take Sergio Romo out of this game. Odubel Herrera will face the lefty Javier Lopez.
You live and die by that quote-unquote no doubles defense. When he originally hit that baseball, I thought, oh, that's ground out third base. Yeah. But it goes for a base hit.
Here comes Lopez. Pitching change here in Philadelphia. Auction. Well, the players that were involved in the lunch, Jared Eichhoff, Aaron Nola, they paid it off yesterday at Del Frisco's. The Handler family got a chance to hang with 2 of the Phillies' young pitchers. They got a chance to get a steak lunch. Those are 2 guys that are great to hang with, too. I mean, they are talkers. And then today, the hitting clinic put on by Michael Franco and Odubel Herrera. This is with the Malley family, a party of 7. There's Michael and Odubel going over some basics. How about that if you're a youngster getting a chance to hear from 2 major leaguers and get your photo taken with them as well. All part of the Phillies' fantastic auction, which took place earlier this year. Boy, you would have crushed it at Del Frisco's.
Oh, I'd have done much better at Del Frisco than I would in the hitting clinic.
Javier Lopez, the sidewinder, delivers low. Herrera shows bunt, takes low. 1 ball, no strikes. Trying to get Cameron Rupp into scoring position. Where does this bunt need to go to get Cameron up to second base?
I would like to see him bring it with him. Just because Lopez lefty falling off towards the third base side, you might get an added bonus and get yourself a knock.
Odubel squares again, and now time is called.
Let's go, El Torito!
Lopez in his 48th game. 11 walks has been a big problem for him so far this season. 27 base runners and 18 1/3. Odubel did try to bunt it toward first, and he missed it. 1 ball, 1 strike. At least I think he was trying to bunt it toward first. Sammy laying down the signs.
The only problem with that is Brandon Belt's arm. It's the one concern I have. One of the best throwing first basemen that I've ever seen.
Former college pitcher. His college teammate is over at first with him.
Cueto was great. I think he was safe for that one. I think, you know what, Overholtzer was smart.
1 ball and 1 strike to Herrera. Took the bunt off.
Maybe Pete's thinking, I'm going to take my chances with Odubel slapping one right past Nunez at third.
Nunez is still playing in on the grass at third base. Cameron with a short lead off first. Outside, 3-1. Freddie Galvis peeking in the on-deck circle.
I think if Cameron does get to second base, I think then you'll see a pinch runner. That would leave just Chooch.
And it would be Tyler Goodell who would be the pinch runner.
Yeah.
Ball 4. That puts runners on first and second. That's a heck of a bat flick.
Very aggressive.
Freddie Galvis now is coming up, and Freddie most likely will be up there to try to bunt the runners over. All right, let's see what Pete does with Rupp at second base. He's going to let him keep running.
Pete's thinking we only have one. Well, if Tyler were to run, then Chooch would go in to catch. They'd have no position players left. Now this one you want to bunt towards third.
Phillies with 31 sacrifice bunts this year, 5th most in the National League. Galvis did not give it away. Corners peek in. Galvis takes low. Is there a point where you get to a certain count that you don't sacrifice? I think you sacrifice all throughout here, right?
Have to. And then what they would do is walk Tommy Joseph and bring in a reliever to face Paredes.
Galvis does bunt over to third, and Lopez will let it roll, and it rolls foul. Turned out to be a good decision. 1 ball, 1 strike. Ball was just too close to the dirt, had so much spin on it that it rolled foul.
Got that spin when it bounced off the plate. It's that side spin. See right there. You can see that ball with the right to left spin on it.
Galvis bunts it in front of the plate, foul. 1-2.
It seems like he does better bunting for a base hit than with the sacrifice, just completely giving yourself up.
They get him out here, it changes the entire complexion of the inning. Herrera giving him a word of advice. Freddie said, I got it. Each team with 8 hits. Freddie is not bunting. He hits that one out towards center. Rupp is tagging from second, and he's going to go to third, and he'll get there. Good job by Cameron Rupp to read that. Once it was to the right of second base, he had a chance. So now the winning run is 90 feet away. Although Freddie didn't get the bunt down, he did get the runner over to third.
The #1 concern, and he did just that. So Cameron, good aggressive secondary, knows that the bunt is not on, immediately tags up.
Now the Giants are taking a look to make sure that Rupp did not leave early. Well, if they thought he left early, why don't they just appeal it? All right, so Bochy's going to go out to take Lopez out of the game. And they're going to bring in the right-hander to face Tommy Joseph. It's going to be Santiago Casilla, the closer. So Casilla will come running in. The Phils have runners on first and third. There's that play again. Matched up perfectly. And Cameron did not leave early. So a pitching change again for the Giants. We'll be back to Citizens Bank Park right after this. Up at 4 here in the bottom of the 9th inning. One man down. The Phillies have runners on first and third. Santiago Casilla, the closer for the Giants, is in to try to close out the bottom of the 9th inning. It's kind of an oddity sometimes for a manager in this day and age to bring his closer in a tie game on the road. But Bruce Bochy's thinking, I got to put the fire out right here, or this ball game is over.
Yeah, Boch realizing that that lead in the NL West has evaporated. Wants to maintain that lead if he can.
Well, he's looking up at the scoreboard. Not that this matters because it's only the 5th inning. But the Dodgers trail the Rockies 5-2 in Denver. So Tommy Joseph coming up. He came on as part of a double switch to play first. They go righty on righty. The outfielders come in all the way in. I mean, they are way in for the Giants. Roberto Kelly, the third base coach, who was an excellent defensive outfielder during his playing days.
Yes, he was.
Brings them in.
Let's go, Tom Joe.
Tommy Joseph hitting .257, 14 home runs, 27 runs batted in. Odubel Herrera takes his lead off first. That ball is hit out towards shallow left field. It's not going to be deep enough to score Rupp. Angel Pagan makes the catch. The ball gets away for a moment, but Nunez is able to track it down. So 2 outs. And it'll be left to Jimmy Paredes here in the 9th inning.
First pitch slider. I can see it does have a good arm, but Tommy knows that's not deep enough. It's a good pitch to hit too. If he stays through that ball a little bit more and stays on it, shoot that ball to center field somewhere.
Paredes walked his last time up. This is his 3rd plate appearance. He's 0 for 1.
Come on, Jimmy.
He scored on the base hit by Franco that tied it up. They're going to play behind Belt.
I'd get even deeper. If you're going to play behind him, give him the base, then get
as
far back as you can.
If you're Odubel, if you're going to go, you got to go. There he goes. Pitch is low. So Herrera gets second base. The run at second does not matter. That's the thought by the Giants, to just take care of their business defensively. Two balls, no strikes.
I'd be aggressive in this situation if I'm Jimmy, because you have a red hot Cesar Hernandez on deck. I know there is a base open. You don't want to just completely give in, but I'd look for something good to hit here.
But in a spot, not
in a spot. If it's not in your spot, it's still a strike. Who cares? It's 2-1.
That's not a spot.
No.
Two and two. Casilla, the closer for the Giants, brought in to get 2 outs here in the bottom of the 9th inning in a tie game, has got the count even 2-2 to Jimmy Paredes with Rupp at third. Rupp has a good secondary lead off third base. Actually, that's the initial lead. And that's because Nunez has gone over toward the hole on the left side.
The exception of Nunez, that's pretty much straight up.
Breaking ball and a strike 3 call. Oh, man. The Phillies lead 2 in scoring position here in the bottom of the 9th inning. So we are going extra innings, tied at 4 here at Citizens Bank Park. Giants led it 4-0 at one point. Phils had a chance to win it in the bottom of the ninth inning, but could not score the winning run. Giants have played 12 extra inning games. This is number 13. They're 7-5. The Phillies have lost their last 2 extra inning games. They're 5-2. Tyler Goodell will take over in left field. It's part of a double switch. Adebayo Ramos will take over on the mound. A 3.63 ERA for Ramos. 21 strikeouts and 17 1/3. So we go to the top of the 10th inning, and Eduardo Nunez will lead it off. His first at bat of the night. Fouls it away. It's 0-1. Phillies have used Overholtzer, Ramos now, Hector Neris, and Michael Marriott in tonight's ball game out of the pen. Over to third, gobbled up by Maikel Franco. One quick out. Everything from the bullpen has been quick tonight.
And it's been on the ground, which you love to see. Are you a little surprised Neris didn't come back out?
A little bit, just because it was such a fast inning.
Yeah, 11 pitches, and ideally you'd like this to end in the bottom of the 10th with the Phillies walk-off, but save that pen.
Well, I think that's part of what Ramos is going to be in there for with the double switch with Goodell. Saw Phil Klein. He started with the first 5 tonight. "17 straight batters retired by Phillies pitching. It started with Klein getting the double play ball to end the 4th. And then he pitched a 1-2-3 5th. After that, it was Overholtzer, 6 up, 6 down. Marriott, 1-2-3 8th. Neris, 1-2-3 9th. And now Ramos has gotten the first out here in the 10th. Every time the Phillies pitchers retire, the opposition 1-2-3. Comcast will make a contribution to Phillies charities. Phillies baseball is brought to you by Xfinity. Xfinity X1 will change the way you experience TV. 2-1 to Denard Span. Two and two.
Denard, how long till Nunez takes the leadoff spot?
Over to shortstop, and Freddie Galvis takes a tough hop and fires it across the diamond.
A rocket across
Sure
the
was.
diamond.
2 outs here in the 10th inning. Watch the hop on this.
Ball's hit pretty hard, but Freddie with those good hands catches it right in the breadbasket, fires it over to first base.
18 in a row retired by Phillies pitching. 18 hitters in a row. Angel Pagan has singled and scored. He's also flied out, hit into a double play, and flied to left field. Ramos 97 on that fastball. Broke his bat. Looper out toward left center field. Here comes Herrera, and did he make the catch? He made the catch! Oh man, Odubel Herrera on the backhand robs Angel Pagan. The head of the bat is stuck right on the infield grass. And Odubel Herrera came a long way to put this one away right from the top of the blades of grass. An offense coming to the ballpark will receive the Wall of Fame Fathead. Tickets can be purchased anytime by going to Phillies.com. There is that Wall of Fame Fathead. Bottom of the 10th inning, tied at 4. And Santiago Casilla will continue for the Giants. He'll face Cesar Hernandez, who is 1 for 4. Cesar takes high, showed bunt, try to draw on Nunez. Nunez is not going to be caught like he was last night playing deep with Cesar.
Love to get that speed on at the top of this lineup.
Absolutely. Reminder that the pitcher spot was the cleanup spot, and Goodell is there. So the pitcher spot is back to the 9 hole where Jimmy Paredes was. National League Baseball. Toyota Major League Scoreboard, Interleague Baseball. Up at Yankee Stadium, the Yankees are leading the Mets 9-5. Mark Teixeira hit his 400th home run, a 3-run shot. Curtis Granderson led off with a home run. There was a little altercation when Matz then hit Mark Teixeira. He was not happy about that. 404 I meant to say for Teixeira, by the way. Two balls and 2 strikes to Cesar. Popped it up. That hasn't happened that often during this stretch for Hernandez. He's kept everything on the ground or on a line, and Pence is able to make the catch. And 1 away. Here's Aaron Altair. Altair takes a breaking ball. It's 0-1. Outside, 1 ball and 1 strike. They do appeal the swing, and Dan Iasonia says he did not go around. So 1 ball and 1 strike to Altair. He's hitless in 4 at bats tonight. Tried that breaking ball again. This time it was in tight, so it's 2-1. Giants had thought about going after Aroldis Chapman before the trade deadline. They inquired about it, and then that would move Casilla to the setup role. Well, 95 must have been at the knees. It's 2-2.
You have someone like Chapman at the end of the bullpen. How much better does that make your ball club?
Well, because
he is so dominant.
And you put Casilla in the eighth inning.
Well, then you can mix and match with the bullpen.
Sure.
You can move Strickland to the 8th inning.
3-2 to Altair. I look at Casilla in a lot of ways. You see Franco on deck is Genmar Gomez. You know, he was not considered a prototypical closer by any stretch of the imagination.
And he has given Bruce Bochy a few more gray hairs, that's for sure.
Altair stays alive into the Giants dugout. Little fiddling around going out on the mound with Casilla. It's that one off the facing of the dugout, and the count remains 3-2. Altair had a big night last night. 3 for 5, 3 runs scored, 5 RBIs. Tonight, hitless in his first 4 at-bats. He has seen 7 pitches. This will be the 8th pitch of this at-bat. Strike 3 called. A little bit of a quick pitch. 2 outs.
Second time in as many innings, though, we've seen strike 3 called. In that situation, he does not want to walk you. It's a good pitch by Casilla, but much the same pitch that he hit out last night.
Well, now Maikel Franco, he's the reason that we're here in the 10th inning. His 2-run single in the 8th tied the game at 4. First pitch outside. They're going to be careful with them, I would think. They have Goodell on deck.
Posey was way off the plate.
Here's Goodell. Is this one of those situations where they're going to force Franco to get himself out, you think?
Yes.
Oh, yeah, look how far away he is. It's not a bad idea because Maikel will do that. As you talked about before, he was able to stay on that base hit the other way.
There's only one thing on his mind right now.
That's to end the ball game. He has to realize, though, he can end it to right center field and right field.
Or he could take a walk.
Or that. 1-1 pitch. Cracks it out to shortstop. That may have been a good pitch for him to send into the seats in left field. Instead, he grounds out to short. And that'll wrap up the 10th inning. So we will go 11 here at Citizens Bank Park. The Phillies and the Giants all tied up at 4. Giants and the Phillies. And David Hernandez will take over on the mound for the Phils. Hernandez, 49th game, a 4.28 earned run average. After Ramos pitched a scoreless 10th inning, Hernandez will come in. 5 scoreless innings. The Phillies pitchers have retired 19 consecutive batters. Well, this has been, I mean, for obvious reasons, this has been the best we've seen the bullpen collectively.
It's just so efficient.
Yeah, and they've done it quickly. That's absolutely correct. I mean, 5 scoreless, and they've done it in rapid fashion. This scoreless stretch of 19 straight retired started with Phil Klein, the starting pitcher. Hunter Pence will lead it off here in the top of the 11th. Pence is 1 for 4. Fastball.
And just one of those dreaded, you know what's I won't even talk about all night. Just one. None out of the bullpen.
Swing and a miss. 0-2. There's Phil Klein chatting with Jared Eichhoff. They were teammates in the Rangers organization. Klein making the start tonight for Aaron Nola, who went on the DL. That ball's pulled. A base hit into left field for Pence. Goodell gets to it quickly, and that's going to hold Pence to a single. Boy, a heck of a job by Tyler Goodell. The ball was scorched off the bat of Hunter Pence.
Michael tries to get to it. There's just not a whole lot he can do with that. But you're right. Good play by Tyler Goodell, but 0-2 pitch needs to be a bit better than that. Ball was by Michael. Scolded.
Well, now Buster Posey's coming up. Posey had 2 hits early. He was 2 for 4. Swing and a miss. 0-1. Posey with 3 RBIs. See his numbers against Hernandez. These guys faced each other a lot when David was in Arizona with the Diamondbacks. Foul ball. 0-2. Career numbers against the Giants. Brandon Crawford is on deck.
Who names their kid what?
Been a couple of occasions when David's been on the mound late in games where there's been some exciting plays behind him, including Tyler Goodell throwing out the runner at the plate on the attempted sacrifice fly earlier this year. Just a bit low. 2-2. Tapper back towards shortstop. Galvis will wait on it, flips to second for 1, and that's all they'll get. Hernandez, even if he had made a clean exchange, I don't think he would have gotten Posey. Probably would have been close, but they got the lead runner.
I am glad that Freddie makes sure of 1 here. This is a tough, a tricky hop. Been close.
It would have been close.
When in doubt, don't throw it.
All right, so the Phillies are reviewing it. Now they're going to look to see if there was a violation of the slide rule at second base on this particular play. They're going to see if Hunter Pence may have hampered Cesar Hernandez.
Even if he doesn't attempt to make a throw?
Yeah, I don't think that there's anything to that. Now, Pete Buchanan's talking to Dale Scott, the crew chief, and the second base umpire, and Dan Iasonia. Now, they may be just discussing how they're going to review it if they do, but Dale may be going over the rule. I don't think Hunter Pence did anything on that, and I don't think that Cesar was going to make the throw. So they're going to talk about it. At least that's what we're thinking they're going to do. They're going to talk about it. Bob Davidson is coming down.
It would be great if this worked out for the Phillies, but I'm going to be brutally honest and say, isn't it sad that we actually have to go through this in the great game of baseball?
Yeah, I would agree with you on that. So here's the slide. Now there's a little bit of a roll, but it wasn't anything that was going to hamper it. So they're going to talk to Bruce Bochy about it. No, they're not. They're going to review it. They're going to put the headsets on. They're going to tell Bochy what they're doing, and then they're going to let New York decide. So again, this is the rule that was implemented this year. Whether you agree with it or not, it's helped the Phillies in previous games. I think that logic has to be brought into it as well. Cesar Hernandez did not have control of the ball. So with that, he wasn't going to make an attempt to go to first base. I think Pence went after the bag. I think he rolled a little bit there, but I think at that point the play was over. So this is in the hands of New York. Hunter is already disgusted that they're looking at it.
As am I.
All right, here we go. Oh, he is out, and he's safe. Okay.
Oof. Okay.
I mean, it would have worked out for a Phillies
It would have been
standpoint.
great for the Phils.
But after describing all of it, we didn't think that they would overturn it. But it was worth the request from Pete Buchanan. I mean, it really was. I mean, at this point,
why not?
Why not? So Brandon Crawford will be the hitter with a runner at first base. So they've confirmed there's no violation of the slide rule. Phillies will retain their challenge because it was a crew chief review. Dale Scott decided, let me make sure. Fly ball left field. Tyler Goodell will coast under it. Posey goes halfway. Two away. And then Brandon Belt will be the next batter up. Belt is 2 for 6 lifetime against David Hernandez.
By no means do you want to put the potential go-ahead run on second base, but I'd be a little bit more careful with Belt than I would with Panic.
Breaking ball, 0-1. opposite way. 2-2. In a 4-4 game here in the top of the 11th, it'll be Belt against David Hernandez.
I know it's pretty much a scouting report on everybody, but you have to go down and away or hard in at the belt. No pun intended.
Toss over to first. Posey's back.
I would say preferably down and away. She got to a pitch off Eflin last night that was in.
Runner goes. Pitch is hit foul. It remains 2-2.
And the backdoor slider. I just think there's too much room for error there.
Another one fouled over the screen. It remains 2-2 to Brandon Belt. Again, Panic is on deck. That's down and in. It's 3-2, so Posey will be off and running. Phillies half of the 11th inning. It'll be Goodell, Rupp, and Herrera. Runner goes. Pitch is fouled again.
What a battle.
Ball four, so that'll put runners on first and second after a long drawn out battle. Go ahead runners in scoring position now for Joe Panic. And Cameron Rupp will visit David Hernandez out on the mound and have a conversation with him. That was a 10-pitch at bat. So Panic is up. He is 0 for 4 tonight, 0 for 8 in the series. 2 for his last 22. So let's see if Hernandez can get through this 11th inning and give the Phils a chance in the bottom of the 11th to win it. Altair shortens up a bit in right field. Is that pitch high?
You got me, Tom. He has been consistent with that outside corner all evening to lefties.
Absolutely. See the runners in scoring position. Giants are 3 for 9. The Phillies 1 for 6. Just trying to stay alive, and he hits it fouled on the left field line. Gregor Blanco is in the on deck circle to pinch hit. Outside, 2-2. 25 pitch inning for David Hernandez.
Getting ahead has not been a problem. He got ahead of Penso too, gave up a base hit, but to belt and panic, it struggled.
There's a line drive caught by Maikel Franco at third. We'll go to the bottom of the 11th inning as Hernandez leaves a couple on base, including one in scoring position. Tyler Goodell will lead it off with the game tied at 4 when we come back. Bottom of the 11th inning, tied up at 4. Phillies will send Tyler Goodell to the plate to lead things off. Giants have made a couple switches. Adrianza comes on to play second base, and he will bat 8th. And George Contos in his 39th ball game will enter the game here in the bottom of the 11th inning. Hats off to the Phillies bullpen tonight. Man, have they been unbelievable. So Tyler Goodell. This was Ryan Howard's spot in the lineup. Phillies made a few double switches early. First pitch to Tyler Goodell here in the 11th. In there for strike, it's 0-1. Inside.
Get you on that pillow here, Tyler.
Line drive, base hit it to left field. Goodell's got good speed. Pagan gets to it. He'll hold him to a single. A leadoff base hit here in the 11th inning. And another chance for the Phils.
I love when they listen.
And Cameron Rupp is coming up.
It's a hanger and smokes it. Nice level swing there by Tyler Goodell.
Tyler had been 0 for his last 15 before that base hit. You know, we were mentioning before about Cameron Rupp being pinch run for after he singled in the 9th inning. Turns out he gets a chance to bat here. You know, Pete leaves him in, and this is a great bat to have at this point in the game. Goodell has good speed, short lead off first. Out to left center field. Angel Pagan will settle under it, and he'll make the catch. Goodell draws the throw, and there's one away. Just toward the end of the bat for Cameron Rupp.
There's a little cutter there at 87 miles an hour. You're right, just off the end. It's exactly what you want out of your cutter. Just late movement. You don't see that spin, just a late movement. A little bit slower than that fastball. First pitch fastball is at 91. So it's just that 4-mile-an-hour difference can make the difference.
Odubel Herrera is now up for the Phils. 1 for 3 in tonight's ball game. He walked back in the 9th inning.
Double to win the game.
Luis Garcia is in the bullpen. There goes Goodell. Pitches way outside. Posey doesn't make a throw, and Goodell's in scoring position. Well, you got an excellent jump. All right, now the Giants will discuss the signs.
Got an excellent jump, and I don't think Posey had a good grip on this ball. It's a good combination just to say, you know what, I'm going to eat this.
Now they're going to put Odubel Herrera on.
Which Yankee wants this?
They leave it in the hands of Freddie Galvis. Odubel with a few words of advice for Freddie before he heads down to first. Freddie's 0 for 4 in this ballgame. He has 4 hits in his last 3 games.
Time to be a hero.
Now Hunter Pence is deep in right field, but the offside guys are shallow. Pagan and Denard Span.
I know Pence has a good arm, but I'd be more shallow than that.
Yeah, I would agree. Broken back ground ball to first base. Belt to second for 1. Little high with the throw. The return throw not in time. Galvis beats it. And Contos is saying, let's review that one. You mentioned the arm of Brandon Belt, and that showed off right there in that throw to second base.
It sure did.
Crawford, Gold Glove kind of shortstop, was able to make the footwork work and then clear the throw over to first base.
Crawford.
Boy, that's close.
Wow.
That is close. Bruce Bochy's going out to the home plate umpire.
Contos had his foot in the middle of the bag. It's the last thing you want.
So at this point, it'll be a request for a review, and the umpires will oblige. How about the 2 throws, though? Belt to Crawford, Crawford to the bag.
Crisp.
So New York will review this one. They've already probably taken a look at it. It was very close. We've had 3 plays at first base tonight that have been reviewed, and all 3 are close. Iasonia to the left, Dale Scott to the right. That's how close it is. Ball is in the glove, and Freddie's foot is just shy of the bag.
Man.
And you're right, Contos' foot is right in the middle of the bag. Boy, it looked like both were at the same time. He is out at first base. The double play will end the 11th inning. 3-6-1 on that double play. And we remain tied at 4 as we go to the 12th inning here at Citizens Bank Park. Bank Park. Phillies and the Giants tied up at 4. Quick turnaround tomorrow. The Phils have a 1 o'clock business person special here at the ballpark. Luis Garcia is the new pitcher for the Phils as we go to the top half of the 12th. David Hernandez credited with a scoreless inning of work in the 11th. Adrianza will lead things off. First pitch is in there. It's 0-1. Adrianza is hitting 300. He's 3 for 10 so far this year. Just added to the roster at the start of the series again. Seventh pitcher used by the Phillies is Luis Garcia, the hard-throwing right-hander who has had trouble in the big leagues with his command. And we saw that the other night. One ball and 1 strike. Off the hands, out to shallow center field. Odubel Herrera waits for it. And 1 away.
Three pitches, 1 out.
And Eduardo Nunez will be the batter. Nunez has been up at 1 time tonight. He grounded out to third, his only at bat. That was in the 10th inning. Outside, 1 ball and no strikes. Boy, he's been gifted with a powerful arm. If he can ever figure it out the way he did a couple of years ago. To the right side. Big hop for Tommy Joseph, who scampers to the bag for the 2nd out.
It's like a bowling ball. It really is.
But now Denard Span will head to the plate.
97-mile-an-hour fastball. Garcia gets over there, but there's no need.
Fly ball foul off to the left side. To the right side and a base hit for Span. So Span with his 3rd hit of the night. And Angel Pagan is coming up to the plate.
I think you will see a series of slide steps and throwovers here from Garcia. He can be a bit slow to home plate at times, and We know that Span likes to run.
Inside, 1-0. Popped it up foul behind home plate, out of play. And it's 1 ball and 1 strike. Went flying into the Giants radio or TV booth.
That was coming in hot too. Bouncing off that concrete.
Like the outside part of the plate, the home plate umpire, and he runs the count to 1-2.
He's been giving it all night. He really has, into both sides. To Lance Barrett's credit.
1 ball and 2 strikes to Pagan. Quick toss over.
Whew.
Pitch out. Well, I guess they thought Span might be going there. You're hesitant to do it with Luis because he has such trouble with his command. But you got Pence on deck. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Goes. Pitch is a strike 3 called. That'll wrap up the Giants' top half of the 12th inning. So Luis Garcia pitches a scoreless inning. 7 scoreless innings for the Phillies bullpen. On to the bottom of the 12th. Tommy Joseph leads it off. Tommy Joseph is set to lead things off for the Phils. George Contos is still out on the mound for the Giants. Contos pitched a scoreless 11th inning. So what's left for both teams? Well, from a Giants standpoint, they've got 3 pitchers in the bullpen, Peavy, Strickland, and Law. And off the bench, they have their backup catcher, Brown, and they still have Gregor Blanco. For the Phillies, they have Carlos Ruiz and Severino Gonzalez. So you may start to see somebody wander out to the pen. Tommy Joseph will lead it off. Tommy takes a strike. It's 0-1.
First pitch slider again, what he saw off Casilla.
And Tommy Joseph hit by a pitch to start the inning. Garcia will bat. Now, Luis Garcia does not have many plate appearances in his professional career. And the key here is for him to get this bunt down. They did confer with him to see if he could do it. He said he could, so we'll see.
Seemed pretty at ease about it. Whatever he said to Buster, he got a kick out of it.
He squares. He deadens it right in front of the plate. That's a beauty. Sacrifice is successful, and Garcia does his job. That was textbook.
A ting of beauty, lad.
2-4 on the putout. This game is easy, boys. Cesar Hernandez will bat now. Cesar has 1 hit tonight in 5 at-bats. Got Tommy Joseph at second base. Swing and a miss. 0-1. There's Jake Peavy, who accepted the role of going into the bullpen. He said, whatever it takes. He said, I want to start. I'd be lying to you if I didn't. But he understood what the Giants wanted to do. In the dirt, 1-1. The acquisition of Matt Moore meant either Kane or Peavy were going to go into the pen, and it was Peavy who Bruce Bochy said can get warmed up and loosened up faster. Tommy Joseph at second base here in the bottom of the 12th. Hit by a pitch, sacrificed up to second. Balls, 1 strike. Altair is on deck. And if you're the Giants, if you wind up walking Hernandez, I guess you put the double play in order.
And Altair, not a burner, good runner, but not a burner like Cesar.
Ball 4, so that'll put runners on first and second with 1 man down.
All part of the maturation process for some of these Phillies hitters. That's a smart at bat right there. Because after a first pitch breaking ball, swings at it and then draws 4 straight balls. That's smart hitting.
recognizing that they're not going to give you anything good to hit.
Realizing the situation, exactly right.
All right, so now Altair, who was hitless in tonight's ball game, 0 for 5. Phillies were down 4-0 at one point. They scored 2 in the 7th, 2 in the 8th to tie it. Bochy's coming out to make a double switch. So Blanco's going to come in for Pagan. And it looks like Peavy's going to come in to take over for Cantos. So pitching change for the Giants here in the 12th inning. We'll be back to Citizens Bank Park. The Phillies runners on first and second. Stretched out after being a starter for the entire season. Just moved to the bullpen at the start of the series. 21 games, 5-9, an ERA of 5.47. We mentioned the acquisition of Matt Moore, who will start tomorrow's game, meant that somebody was going to have to move from the starting rotation, either Peavy or Kane. And it's Peavy, the veteran. And he will face Aaron Altair with runners on first and second.
It is amazing how some starters can make that transition to the bullpen. I know when I played, it didn't take me very long to get my arm loose. I can get ready in a heartbeat. Now, some pitchers don't have that ability. The starters are so used to that routine where it takes them an infinite amount of time to get that arm to where they feel they can go into a game.
So it's up to Altair, with runners on first and second here in the bottom of the 12th inning. Phil's trying to take game 2 of this series. They won game 1, 13-8. Peavy coming in out of the stretch with runners on base. Outside, 1-0. He's a grunter. You'll hear him. Gregor Blanco in left field. Boy, he's awfully deep. And now they bring him in. Denard Span is the one that brought him in. Chopper over to left side. Charging is Nunez. He bobbles and everybody is safe.
2 nights in a row.
The bases are loaded with one man down after the miscue. Error number 16 for the Giants since the All-Star break.
Now, I don't think they're going to get 2 there on that play.
No.
Nunez comes in and fields it cleanly. Just makes two mistakes. One, he drops the baseball, but two, he makes a throw to first base. That's just asking for trouble.
So now it's left to Maikel Franco with the bases loaded. Phils have had some opportunities. Let's see if they can cash in. One man down, infield in halfway. Franco hits it off the end of the bat into center field, a base hit. Tommy Joseph will scream home, and the Phillies win it 5-4 here in the bottom of the 12th inning. Let the celebration begin. Maikel Franco with an RBI single. Now they're going to throw into second base. Did Aaron Altair touch second? They said no, but that's the second out. So it's not going to matter.
Boy, that got my heart going there.
Calm down, everybody. The Phillies win it 5-4 here in the bottom of the 12th inning. Maikel Franco comes through with his third RBI of the night. He tied the game in the 8th inning. He wins the game here in the 12th. And how about the foot race to try to track him down in shallow right center field?
Stay on a pitch, stay in the middle of the field. He knows it right away. Boy, the middle of this Phillies lineup. Climb on, fellas. Climb on my back, I'll carry you. That's what you love to see your RBI, your middle lineup guys do. Taking care of business.
And then he just kept on going, hoping that Odubel Herrera would never catch him. Finally, he did. And the Phils win it after being down 4-0. They've taken the first 2 games of this series against the San Francisco Giants. And it's been a big series for Franco. He had a big night last night, and he comes through late in this game. This is what they were looking at. Aaron Altair, watch him off first base. He started celebrating before he even got to second base. Fortunately for the Phillies, Hernandez got to third and Franco got to first, so Altair was only the second out. And Greg Murphy's down with Maikel Franco.
All right, thank you very much, Sean. Well, it was your base hit that sent us into extra innings, and then you're able to win it. Let's take that at-bat right there. Obviously, you're looking early. You're looking for a fastball. Look like that's what you got.
I mean, yeah, you know, it's a tough game today. Like I said, we had to...
Oh, they got you with a combination.
I told you it's coming, but and you know, that's the kind of day that you have to just never give up, be aggressive, just try to go out there and try to do too much and be ready for the game.
You know, we talked a little bit yesterday about the ability to get to these San Francisco Giants, but back in San Francisco, Johnny Cueto hits you with a pitch. Is that something that you think about when you come into a game and you know you're facing him again?
I mean, you know, I not think about that way because, you know, that's sometimes that happened again, you know. But just like I say, today I'm just be able to do everything that I can do for my team. And like I say, today is a big game for me, and I'm glad for that.
How about your buddy Luis Garcia laying down that bunt?
I mean, it's beautiful. Yeah. He never do that, but you know, it's the little team try to just win the ball game, and like today, he do a pretty good job.
Yes, you all did. All right, Mike, go get dried off and warm. Thanks for your time. Guys, back upstairs.
All right, Murph, thank you. We appreciate that. Maikel Franco with 3 RBIs tonight. He tied it in the 8th inning, and he wins it in the bottom of the 12th inning. Got a pitch from Peavy toward the outer edge of the plate. He knew it as soon as it left the bat and splintered the bat. The Phillies win it 5-4. They take the first 2 games of this series. Boy, they were down 4-0. They came back to win it here tonight.